Hello, how's it going? Uh, yeah, bear with me. I'll do the intro. Give me a couple of minutes to. Okay, that's good. Hello.
These palm trees, they sway, but each night and each day I'm California dreaming about you. Oh yeah, got this world-class view, but it's you that I think about every time when my mind's on it. And it's you that I think about every time when I feel alone. And it's you that I call on my FaceTime when I need something real. Oh yeah. Work the night shift till late in the PM. I'm California dreaming. You. California dreaming about you. Dreaming. California dreaming about you. California dreaming about you. California dreaming about you. California dreaming about you. California dreaming.
Fraction.
Build Heart Resurrected.
Yeah. Get in, it's working.
Hey Murdy, give me a chance, LOL.
Oh, yeah, that was a test. I think it's just worked. I don't know whether you can hear that or not. Nerda, if you're still watching, did you hear it read out the
Doubting
message?
Thomas said, did it work? Nerdy wouldn't. Said,
Right, this is good.
it's too early.
You heard it. Oh, brilliant. Well, that was easy.
Nerdy wouldn't.
That's the test done.
Said, I heard it. Yes.
Get in. That was real easy. Yeah, I was on Faded stream before, and he had this thing where it read out all the text messages for you. So I just wanted to test that, and yeah, I've done it instantly, which is cool. Yeah.
Nerdy
Oh, that's
wouldn't.
brilliant.
Said, Jill success.
Get in. I was expecting like hours of trying to work out how to get it to work in that, but yeah, if you can hear that, that's brilliant. Yeah, so that's test over. So it's just going to be another normal stream now. If anyone wants to join, link is in the side chat. Oh, that's really cool. And welcome, Tobin. Good to see you, man. How's it going?
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm doing all right. It's early morning here. It's just before sunrise.
Yeah.
I've just got done eating some bread with some bananas and strawberries.
Cool. Yeah, although I have just recognised what could be a problem because I don't control. Did you hear about the getting the comments like spoken out on the stream? There's like a website. It's called Speech Chat. So I've set it up so that it'll read out all the comments in the side chat. But I can see that becoming very annoying. You know, like if you're having a conversation, it's just going to read them out as they appear. So yeah.
Oh, is that what I heard whenever I was talking?
Yeah. It's like an automatic text thing, so it's going to read out all the comments as they come in. Yeah,
That's
which
cool.
sounded, yeah, it sounds pretty
Just
cool,
gotta
but
time it out right.
yeah, I can see problems with it. Do you know what I mean? Like if you're in the middle of a conversation, mind you, it depends how many comments you get, I suppose. Yeah. Yeah, well, I was expecting, like I say, I was expecting it.
Doubting Thomas
No.
said, when does the Jill stream start?
Welcome, DT, and I think Jill has said he won't stream until Biden is out of office. So I would imagine that it will be a while. I don't know. If you mean a stream on this channel, yeah. How
Doubting
deep
Thomas
is your love?
said, how deep is your love?
Phil, I would say averagely deep. Do you know what I mean? Whatever average is, that is how deep my love is. I don't know. So Tobin, what's going on? What have you got planned for the day? Anything exciting happening, or you got any plans?
My plans are just to keep on making things happen, like
Painesville, I will
uh,
soon regret
retention
this
wall.
Vote Trump.
Yeah, sorry,
Doubting
Ben.
Thomas said, Badonka donka donka.
Nice one. Yeah, cheers for that. Sorry, Toby. Yeah, carry on. Sorry about
I got a little retention wall that I'm putting together,
Doubting Thomas.
and I'm fixing my truck. I'm
Haste
been
is a god,
replacing the power steering pump.
said, shut up,
that. Nice.
liberal,
Busy day then.
said, bigoty.
Yeah, I can see this becoming annoying more than it's useful. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, maybe do it on odd occasions. But I'm just on the website now. I think you can get it so it doesn't say a name every time, which will be quicker. But at least it worked. You know what I mean?
But yeah, I'm just
Yeah.
trying to stay positive and make things right and do good. And just
Yeah.
What a great idea. Love you gesture white heavy check mark popcorn grimacing face eyes face with cowboy hat. I like big butts and I cannot lie.
I like that one. So what? Yeah, I mean that seems like a good kind of philosophy. But is there anything in particular that you're putting that towards, or just in general life? Like, do you know what I mean? Just stay positive in general, and
dude, it's crazy. Man, for the past like 3 years, I kind of got into a slump and I got really depressed, and like it just kept on getting worse and worse. Dude, and like I was having like negative thoughts and like and not really dealing with my feelings properly. Um
yeah,
man. So I choose to live, and like I kind of think like I've been thinking about letting so much negative stuff like take up so much of my headspace that I've kind of like projected negative outcomes to my life.
Sorry,
So like
Dave.
I'm trying to become more mindful about how positive I am with my thinking, and like trying to redirect my focus onto positive things. Um
yeah,
and just stay positive as long as I can. Um,
yeah, yeah.
and
That's a good thing. I've had like depression since I was 14, and I know what you mean. Yeah, that is one of the best things to do, to just look on the positive and not. I mean, sometimes you have to focus on the negative to get stuff done, but yeah, that's a good way of going about it. Are you on any like medication or anything, or under like a doctor or anything? If you don't mind me asking, you don't have to answer that. If you don't
No,
mind me asking.
I don't have
because then you'll attract
any type of
positive
medication other than
Yeah,
marijuana. Like I had a period of time where I was
must
completely
have
freaking
that
sober dry, like no
shake your
cigarette,
shake your
no
food.
alcohol, no like and dude, that's kind of like um that's hard for me to do. Like the weed
yeah,
mellows me out to where my thoughts are a little bit more on a calmer stream of like happening. But like whenever I'm completely sober, holy shit, dude. I
yeah.
have the
No,
racing thoughts. Like I have anxiety. I get anxiety. I start worrying and concerning about stuff that I probably shouldn't. I probably shouldn't even allow to have any headspace.
yeah,
Um,
I'm the same. I've got a generalized anxiety disorder, which just means you're anxious just all the time for no reason, and social anxiety disorder. So yeah, it's kind of shit, but I know what you're saying. But if I can give some advice, I would say stay off the alcohol. The weed I think is
yeah,
fine, but the
I've
alcohol
been
is a depressant. So if you're struggling with like depression and that, the first thing to do is stop the alcohol because that will make it worse.
I've been sober for a very long time. Um,
Mm.
uh,
I get ability too,
it's been
but
like
I'm also very good at
15,
procrastinating.
17 years of being alcohol free. Like I don't like alcohol. Like I
Yeah,
had whenever I turned 21, like in previous, in my teens, I had times where I got to drink and stuff, and I turned 21 and I got to drink as much as I fucking wanted, and I ended up just not liking it. I was like, man, this shit sucks. Like I don't even see why people like it so much.
yeah,
So it's like a preference. And then I had another point in time to where I did start drinking again, and I again came to the same conclusion. Fuck alcohol. Like this shit
yeah,
sucks. Like I
yeah,
hate puking. I hate fucking just feeling like shit. You can't really eat right. Um, the body just feels like shit. There's all kinds of problems that it will give you if you continue to drink.
yeah.
Um,
Liver and like kidney
yeah,
damage.
and
Plus,
that's not a pretty way to go. It's not.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
oh
It's very, yeah, very painful, like long drawn out kind of death kind of thing. Yeah. Welcome, Tom. Good to see you. Yeah, but the problem because I've been alcoholic like twice in my life. The first time I just drank so much that I literally
Daytime,
couldn't drink
I'm
anymore.
the voice in your head.
Yeah. So I had to stop because literally whenever I went to have a drink, I would just vomit. So then I changed to amphetamines. I was on that for about 10 years, and then I switched back to alcohol, which I've been like sober for about 6 months now. So yeah, I'm getting it's getting better. But with you, when you constantly drink, like when you wake up in the morning, you need another drink, like you said, just to stop feeling shitted. You know what I mean? So it's a kind of vicious circle of yeah, it's
yeah.
not good.
Dependence on alcohol. Yep.
Yeah,
I've seen it on many occasions. Um, alcohol actually has, even though I'm like sober, it has even played a role in some of the recent events that have happened that made a big change happen for me here recently. It was traumatic, and like I'm like, holy fuck, man. And it wasn't, uh, but last year. one of the friends I have in this neighborhood was pulling out of fucking one of the bars over here and got killed. He like, dude, actually, oh man, the alcohol fucking sucks, man. Like it is done so much damage to my life. I can't even fucking. If there's anything to blame shit on, it is fucking alcohol.
Sometimes I still get a mini hangover.
Fucking hate alcohol.
Well, yeah, yeah, it is shit, but also it's it's one of the most difficult things to avoid. It's like cigarettes, tobacco, because they sell it in shops. It's not illegal. It's one of the hardest drugs to get off just because it's so available. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's so widely accepted, and like pretty much everyone fucking drinks, and it's
Yeah,
fucking gross. It's fucking
yeah,
disgusting. It's actually really disturbing to me because like I've here recently started getting back into the like I started using dating apps now. I'm like trying to put myself out there, and like
yeah.
everybody
Oh, that's cool.
fucking drinks. It's like,
Yeah,
and I
yeah,
have a hard time even like dealing with that. Like the smells of it and stuff just like
mm,
make me fucking nauseous. And everybody
yeah,
does it.
yeah.
Like, there's a lot of people.
But I think that's just like a fluke. You know, when alcohol was like first used and
Don't use
invented.
dating apps. Just go out and about in your area.
Yeah, or you could do both. Yeah,
Hmm?
Nerdy says don't use dating apps, just go out and about in your area. But I would suggest
Oh
using
yeah.
dating apps and going out and about in your area. Do both.
It's
Give the
just
maximum.
that I'm in a very rural area. I'm far from uh I'm far from the cities. Like,
Yeah, that could be
but
so.
I do plan on doing that more because the dating apps are kind of like, I don't know, unless you have money to really throw at it, you can't really talk to people. You can't really
I'm in a rural area.
engage with people.
Based.
And yeah, I'd just rather go out and go do stuff and then eventually, probably find a partner. I don't know. It sucks, dude. I started a family so I wouldn't end up like I wanted to have family around,
Yeah,
and it really sucks that everyone fucking left me, dude. This is it is fucking it fucking sucks really fucking bad. Like I did not plan for this shit at all. It's so fucking bizarre. I did not see this coming at all.
yeah, yeah. That sounds tough, but
Exactly.
it sounds like you're dealing
Go
with it
out
in the
and
right
do
way.
stuff that you want to do, and you will find like-minded people there without having to pay for a dating app.
Oh no, I think the dating apps are generally free, aren't they? I don't think you have to pay for them. I'm not sure.
It's free to make the profile, but
Yeah,
to be able to like you can get on there and you can like somebody, you know, uh basically you're giving them a thumbs up or a little heart emoji, um
yeah.
and then but you can't and they allow you to send out one message,
Good morning,
but it's like you
everyone.
can't like sit there and like conversate with people unless you have money to like put on it.
Right. Yeah. So they kind of lure you in with the free thing, and then you have to pay for the extras of actually being able to talk to
Yeah.
people. Oh, that's a bit
Yeah.
shit. Welcome, CC. Good to see you. What are we doing, man?
Hello, Cece. I haven't gotten to say hello to Christian Carpenter for a while.
GTSY.
Yeah, so for anyone who's just started watching, this was a test. I've set it up so there's an automatic thing what reads out every comment in the side chat, which it worked first time. It took like 2 minutes, which I was surprised by, but I'm not sure whether I like it or not because it just happens and I have no control over it. So if you're in the middle of a conversation, it kind of disrupts things. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. We'll do it for this stream and then I'll look at whether I like it or not.
I kind of wish it would come through my audio, like because I can't really totally understand what the person is saying whenever it does read it out. It would be
Yeah,
cooler if I could. It would be more audible, like more,
yeah, yeah. I think yeah, that might be one. That was what I was worried about. So you're just hearing it through my computer. It's not coming through like YouTube or anything or StreamYard. Yeah, yeah, I get you. Yeah, that might be something I'll have to figure out and sort out. But the guy who told me about it, who I basically stole it off, he was using OBS as well. I've got OBS running, but it's far too complicated for me to work out how to use it with StreamYard and YouTube and this text thing. Yeah, so yeah, we might need further work on that. Yeah, because I would like it coming through YouTube rather than just coming through my computer.
yeah, it's cool. It allows more people to join in the conversation. I think it's a cool idea.
Yeah, yeah, just might need some fine tuning. I think. We'll wait till PGA gets here. If he joins, he's always good with the technical computer stuff. So yeah, we'll just leave it for him. Yeah, but
OBS is super easy really faced with stuck up tongue and winking eye.
yeah, according to you, Nerdy Rodent, but there are so many options in OBS. I don't know where to start. Do you know what I mean? It
All right, I'm
probably is.
back.
Oh, welcome back, Todd. Oh yeah, uh, did you hear about the text thing?
What?
I've got it so I've got it so that all the text messages, all the chat messages are read out, but it's only coming through my computer, so it's quite difficult to hear.
Oh,
So I might need some technical, but I don't know whether you can help with that.
I wouldn't know how to do that. The only way I know how to do that is to relay the sound going through your speakers or microphone or something like that.
Yeah, like I say, I think you have to tie it in with OBS, and
Maybe I
then
don't know.
yeah,
I'm not an
yeah.
audio
But
wizard.
like I say, I'm not great with OBS, so yeah, yeah, I might have to get some expert help on that. But we'll leave it for now. It's fine. So is it going, Tom? What are you up to? I'm guessing you're at work. You normally are.
Nah, I'm actually home having a nightcap.
Oh, cool. Why? What time is it
Yeah.
over
Well, it's 6 in the morning for me. It's like 6, 7 in the morning.
there? Yeah.
I got home at
OBS
like
stuff
5.
by
I was gonna go like live, but I wasn't gonna.
use my cool
I guess saw
stuff
you
with
went live.
All right.
You'll get the hang of it.
Oh, in OBS, start by adding the screen capture and the microphone. Right. Nerdy rodent, cheers. Right, we can try this out now. Use record to
Wait,
start with, not stream. You'll get the hang of it. Right. Start recording. Oh, I've got window capture and display capture. I think you can add do audio input capture. That would do the audio, wouldn't it?
that's what he said. Audio input capture.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh. So then what? You just put it towards your desktop? No, this one has it for
I've-
mics. I don't think it's working that way. Oh, cool. I can put my guitar on here, though.
oh
I
yeah.
wonder if my guitar will play through. Let me see. Give me a minute. Can you hear that?
That's it. You're getting it.
Get
Is that
in.
coming through?
Cheers, no. Yeah. But it's only coming up with my normal
Hey,
audio device. Oh, hi Silver. Good to see you.
hi Silver.
Yeah. So that will capture everything. What I want is for it just to capture the audio from the website that is doing the text to speech kind of thing. I don't know how to do that.
Get in.
Get in. Application audio capture. Aha, that might be it.
Well, see, that's what I'm trying to do right now. Let me see if I can mess with this. That'd be cool, right?
Ah, yeah, I think that's it. Do Firefox speech chat.
I
Yeah,
don't think I did it.
yeah, I think that will be it.
Let's see. Test.
But then I don't know whether that'll work on this stream because none of the
Hey,
YouTube.
Murray. Test.
I think
Well-
I would have to have the whole stream going through OBS.
Something like that, maybe. Like I can hear it through your speaker automatically because it's whatever.
Support devices and
Yeah.
windows and screens. You can have a play offline too.
Yeah, yeah. Good point. This is probably best done offline. Yeah. Yeah, but I think I've mainly figured it out. So the next time I start a stream, if I start it with OBS, so everything's going through OBS, then
How do you
all
start-
that will work. I don't think it'll work on the stream.
How do you do StreamYards in OBS? Because it doesn't show up on the thingy. Is there like a code you can
I
put
think
in?
you can connect your account because there's one like start streaming. I think you have to link your like YouTube account. But I can't.
Isn't
yeah,
that just
I
the
can't do it now because
YouTube?
I'm already streaming. Yeah, yeah, I'm not sure. Select existing broadcast. Oh yeah. All right, this could go very wrong. It's come up with
Make it
this
go
the
wrong.
title of this stream test, but also open panel if it works.
Hmm.
So if I select broadcast and start streaming, then that should put everything through OBS. I would imagine.
Maybe. Well, you also have to have the mic. Like that's what I'm saying. Like, how do you have the mic go through? Because if you can have it go through the mic setting, then you're fine. Like that's ultimately what you need. There's like some type of plugin that you can get through OBS.
StreamYards in OBS is a weird one. You can use OBS to stream your capture of StreamYard. That way you can have StreamYard in record mode, which is free, and OBS does the broadcasting, like MAVPIG.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I get you. But I've just started OBS streaming, and it's application audio
If you're a
capture.
real nerd, you can use VoiceMeeter Banana to make virtual audio devices. The Lord
Application
Jesus
audio.
Christ
That's a
was crucified,
beta.
buried and rose from the dead on the third day for the purposes.
Oh God, St. Tommy's here.
Welcome to it, Tommy. Good to see you.
Okay, let me see if it'll work because I have
Yeah.
OBS running. It says it's picking it up, but it's not running the audio through. I think you'd have to like make your audio run through uh run it through your whatever the hell it's called. Here, let me try this because I think I can run it through this. Because I have a voice mod thingy, so if I
Yeah.
run it through that, you guys might be like double
Yeah, I
hearing
think
me. I don't know.
I think it's like you said. OBS is connected to my YouTube account, and it's saying the stream is going through OBS to the YouTube, but that's nothing to do with StreamYard. So yeah, I'm not sure how you do that.
I'm not technically
We need a PJ
advanced
in here.
enough.
If you're watching PJ,
Yeah, right.
yeah, I've not got a clue what I'm doing, to be honest.
I know
I'm
there's
just
like an
pressing lots
app
of
you
buttons
can.
and seeing what happens.
There's like an app you can buy or something. You can do that audio through OBS. Yeah, I have no idea. I'm just a
Right, so we
baby. What happened after? Because you and freaking
got
PJ just
baby.
left my stream yesterday.
I can't remember, to be honest.
Did you guys just like leave?
It might just be coincidence.
Oh,
No, you ended it. You were on the road, and you said you had to end it. That's why we left.
ah,
You
okay.
said
I
you
didn't
were
know if
ending
you
the
guys
stream.
heard me or not.
Yeah, I think your battery was running out or something, or your phone got too hot, something like
Yeah, it got too hot. That
that. So
thing was like, it's like no go.
yeah, like a
I was
billion
gonna stream.
degrees. Yeah.
I was gonna stream all the way to this morning at 5 o'clock, but again, my phone got hot. That would have been cool, right? If you guys would have stuck with me the whole day. That would have been like a 15-hour day. So I had a 15-hour work week today. Or work day today.
Yeah, and we would have done. Yeah. Yeah, it wasn't anything like personal, like it's just
I mean, technically, but yeah. Showing the trade route.
yeah. So I think we're gonna leave it for now as it is. Hopefully,
This is the nerdy thing. https://bb-audio.com/voicemeter/banana.html. Still best to just start simple in OBS first though before
Oh
getting
yeah.
nerdy.
yeah, I'll save that link, but maybe not. Like you say, OBS just baffles me, to be honest.
I've heard of this voice meter. Thank you for that. I was thinking about that, yeah. Because this way you can play like, because I got a soundboard, right? I don't know if I press the soundboard button if it'll work. Let me go to it. Let me see. Where's my soundboard?
So
Oh, there's my
that
soundboard.
voice meter is something you have to buy.
Yeah,
That
it's
could
like a
be a problem.
donation. You gotta like do $1 or something.
Yeah. But if I can share my screen, I'll show you the website. What I'm using. Uh, that one. So that's the website. It's speechchat.com. So I've linked my YouTube account to it, and it's coming up with all the things, and it'll read them all out. But like I said, I need to do it so it's going through like YouTube or StreamYard rather than just you hearing it through my like television.
What's that called?
You know what I mean?
Speechchat.com.
Yeah, speech chat. Yeah, it's been
Virtual audio devices won't mean anything until you've first used OBS and understand how it handles audio.
right.
That is true.
Yeah, I'm yeah.
Oh, is it
I've
through
put
Google?
there's one called Application Audio. What's that? Sorry.
Is it through Google?
No. Oh, yeah. They're all the YouTube accounts. What I've
Oh,
linked them
okay.
all to. But, but like you said, with it going through StreamYard first, I don't know how to link it to StreamYard in any way. So I don't know whether it's going to work. Do you know what I mean?
Well, you got the YouTube one, it seems, right?
Because it would,
Yeah.
yeah, but it would have to go through StreamYard first because
Well, that's what it's not StreamYard, but the audio mic that you're using, because like in StreamYard
yeah,
you have the audio setting, so you need to figure out how to manipulate the audio setting because it doesn't matter which mic you use, it's going to come through your mic setting. So you ultimately need to figure out how to jimmy rig your mic so it can play your desktop audio. So whenever you click something on the desktop, it will play through. For example, let's see if I do
yeah,
this. I switch my thing to voice mod, like you could probably still hear me. But if I play like a soundboard, you could
yeah,
probably hear that if it'll work. I don't know if it's gonna work.
yeah,
Application audio will be the audio from that application only, such as your game. Desktop audio will be all of the audio that comes out of your desktop, regardless of application.
yeah. But I want the audio just from that window in Firefox, just the speechchat.com. I want that to come through YouTube rather than just coming through my computer. If if anyone knows how to do that.
I think I know what's his name? Heretic does something like that. Yeah, but I don't unless you have like your audio running through OBS, then I don't know if it's gonna work. Like if you have a mic setting and then your mic's connected to OBS and running through OBS, and then OBS can pick up your mic and be your mic output, that might be the way to do it.
Yeah, I'm just
I
going
wonder
through
if I could do that.
all the settings in OBS. There are a lot. Yeah, well that's I'll, actually what I could do with doing is after this stream is over, go back and watch the YouTube video and see how clear the audio is when it's reading out the messages. Because I can't tell at the moment because
Oh,
it's
I can
just coming
hear
through
it
my
all
side. You
right.
know what I mean?
Yeah, if there's no interruption, it
Yeah.
sounds all right.
Can you
All
tell what
right.
it's actually saying though?
Let me see. Let the dude talk.
Do you need to be using OBS now rather than StreamYards? Like I say, you can record offline and test winking face.
Yeah, you can hear it all right.
Yeah.
It's a little bit distorted, but you can hear it. You can make out what they're saying.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah. Yeah. I could probably just leave it like that then. Excuse me.
I'm trying to play with mine right now. I'm trying to figure it out.
Yeah. Yeah, you get into it. It's kind of a never-ending thing of just trying things out and see what works. But yeah, probably best to sort that out. Yeah. So
Did you
anyway,
hear that?
yeah, that sounded like Warner Brothers. Was that it? Yeah.
Did you hear the sad trumpet? Yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about. So yeah, like if I run my audio through my voice mod, I can have the soundbite. Hold up, you leaving, baby girl, for school? You're leaving with mommy? Oh, sorry about that. Saying goodbye to the princess. Yeah, it's fucked up. How come
Yeah.
every little girl's a princess, right? We never call the sons like prince or shit like that, right? Every little girl's a princess. Like
Yeah.
guys never
Yeah.
get the royalty.
I think Prince ruined that name for doing that. You know, Prince,
Right?
music
Yeah, the singer.
guy. You wouldn't want to call your son Prince. I don't think.
I'd
Given
call him the
given
artist formerly known as Prince.
yeah, symbol.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
I was
that's
on a
what.
couple of streams yesterday. So
Uh-huh.
yeah, one was Bill's,
The songs are kings.
Good News Gospel.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. I don't
That's
know
the
what
song
you're
I've been on his channel, which was good. It actually didn't have anything to do with religion or anything. It was just like general chat, which was kind of
Oh,
cool.
that's good
Bruce was
that he
there,
asked that.
and someone I hadn't met before.
Didn't you say you just won an argument against Bruce the
Uh,
other day?
yeah, yeah. He said that God is love, and that's demonstrably not true. Just going off what's written in the Bible, because the Bible gives a description of what love is, and it also gives several descriptions of what God is. Like when it says that God is jealous and love is not jealous, that means by definition that God cannot be love. They have mutually exclusive attributes. You know what I mean?
I mean,
Like love is not
maybe.
easy to anger. God is very easy to anger, given all the genocide and everything. You know.
Well, love is easily
Uh,
heartbroken.
Love is blind and it doesn't see all the red flags and alarm bells that are going off. They don't. Love is fucking blind. You don't see the shit coming. You don't. But it's like it's one thing, like I've actually started going to a church because like I'm out in such a rural area. Um I don't have a lot of friends out here. Um and whenever I got left alone out here, um I started going to a church and they preach that a
yeah,
lot, that God is love, and they use it as a way to stay positive. Like they
What is love?
you know, if they have a spouse, they put God above their spouse so that they always have this idea that they're loved. So like if they lose their spouse or whatever, then they're always loved because they got. But you know what? I've been feeling God's love, and it does not feel as good as having somebody who's like in the room with you, and like you can feel their eye contact, you can feel their touch. Affection feels so fucking good, like, and um, an imaginary friend doesn't even come close to what love feels like. Whenever somebody cares for you, nothing feels that fucking good.
yeah,
Not you can't even. People are like trying to trick themselves into saying, "Oh, you know, I always feel love and I always stay positive." But mm, mm,
yeah. And I
Well, that's
apologise
what
to
it's.
everyone in advance, but Jill is here. I
Oh,
apologise. I'm
welcome,
sorry.
Jill.
Welcome,
Frick
Jill.
yeah. Ah,
Oh,
awesome.
buddy. He's just disappeared. I was only
Oh
joking, Joe.
dang.
I like you really. It was just
I like
yeah,
First
you go now.
Corinthians 13. If I speak in the tongues of men and of the angels, but have not love, I am a noisy gong or a clanging cymbal. And if I have prophetic powers and understanding all mystery and all knowledge, and if I have all faith so as to remove mountains, but have not love, I am nothing. If I give away all I have, and if I deliver up my body to be burned, but have not love, I gain nothing. Love is patient and kind. Love does not envy or
Listen,
boast. It is not arrogant or rude. It does not insist its own way. It is not irritable or resentful. It does not rejoice at wrongdoing, but rejoices with the truth. Love bears all things, believes all things, hopes all things, endures all things. Love never ends. As for prophecies, they will pass away. As for tongues, they will cease. As for knowledge, it will pass away. For we know in part and we prophesy in part. But when the perfect comes, the partial will pass away. When I was a child, I spoke like a child. I thought like a child. I reasoned like a child. When I became a man, I gave up childish ways. For now we see in the mirror dimly, but then face to face. Now I know in part that I shall fully, even as I have been fully known, so now hope, faith, and love abide. These three, but the greatest of these is love. That's just the whole of First Corinthians. It goes on and on in 14.
That that's cool. That's actually quite sweet. I like that. Yeah. Welcome, Jill. Good to see you.
Hey, morning.
Yeah, but I still don't understand how Christians can say God is love. Like I said, I know I'm repeating myself, but if love is not jealous and God is jealous, God cannot be love. If you have two different definitions for the same thing, then they're not the same thing. Love is
when
love.
I
God is
became my
God.
man, I
God
was
is
like,
not love.
wow, thought I was a rodent.
So let me ask you
And
this:
Love isn't,
yeah,
God isn't an emotion.
if God was the
yeah, but
most
that's a good point.
expensive, oh, what was it? Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. No, no, carry on. Sorry, I interrupted
Oh, Nerdy wrote it. When I became a man, I was like, wow, I thought I was a rodent. My sides are into orbit. That made my. I'm gonna have smile wrinkles from that now. I'm gonna just, they're on my face. That's hilarious. Love is emotion, God is in emotion, yeah. I think the whole thing about jealousy it goes like with equality. And like if God was like either the if God offered his stuff at the most expensive rate and at the cheapest rate, yet you still went to someone else at a lower quality, I kind of get upset too, especially if it's in my business of love. Right? If love is my business and you're going to the fucking enemy who's hate and you're gonna love hate instead of love, yeah, I might be a little bit mad and jealous at that too. I might be like, well, why doesn't he love
And the
me?
Trinity,
I mean, it's love. Why does he love hate? What did hate ever do for him? Hate's gonna get him into fucking death. Hate's gonna make him die, and that's how I see it, at least.
But but can you understand my initial point? It's like God has a definition, love has a definition, and they have mutually exclusive
I don't
properties.
think you understand my
And
point. You should have been listening a little better.
go on,
Yeah,
listen
Wildheart
to it.
doesn't
I'm
listen
sorry.
to this, but he thinks that he can define these words and that there's only one
That's right.
definition that he's created in his
Sometimes,
head
He can speak
in
for
the
himself,
21st
Jill.
century. So these words have different meanings than what you're
sometimes I
trying to
don't
apply
understand.
to it.
No, sometimes I don't understand, but I always listen.
What's your definition
Sometimes
of
I
jealous?
don't understand it, but
What is your definition of jealous? Because
jealous.
it's not the Bible's.
Uh, but I will go back to the Bible, like with coveting, wanting something Oh no, that's different. Jealousy. That's a good point. I'm not sure.
Okay, so you don't have a definition of jealous, but yet you're saying it
Yeah,
contradicts love.
I'll actually. You know, when the Bible says that love is not jealous and God is jealous, I don't need a definition of jealousy.
Well, the Bible doesn't
If
say
it's
love is
saying
not
that love is
jealous. So give us your definition of jealous, please. Don't. The Bible doesn't say love is
right,
not jealous. Okay, give us your
but genuinely,
definition of
I'm just being
jealous.
honest.
You're
Yeah,
not
I
being
would have
honest.
to
The
Google
Bible
it.
doesn't say love is not jealous. So just give us your definition of jealous.
Right, give me a minute. I'll Google it. It's a
Well,
good
it's in
point.
Exodus
Yeah,
34:14.
I don't have a
So let's just
definition
go
of
there. It's Exodus 34:14 is usually, I think, the verse which people are quoting from. So
Love is not envious
Uh,
is
I,
the verse.
oops,
I've just feeling
X is
jealous.
Y is not Z. X is therefore not Z.
Jealous adjective, feeling or showing an envious resentment of someone or their achievements, possessions or perceived advantages. So when you say that it's envious, they can't. Will that make them synonyms? They mean the same
Okay.
thing.
All right. So when you
Jealous
use
means
the word jealous, when we use the word jealous in our vernacular, in our language, we use it in the
yeah,
sense of being envious of someone who has something we do not have. When the Bible uses the word jealous in
yeah.
respect to God, it is not saying that God wants something that you have. What do you have that God wants?
No,
Hey, y'all have a good day. I'll check y'all later. All right.
have a good one.
Peace
cheers,
out, y'all.
cheers.
Keep it
Thanks
real.
a lot, man. Cheers.
Love is not jealous or
Wildheart, what do
boastful
you
of
have
pride.
that God wants?
Right. So if we can move on from jealous, the other one I kind of got Bill with. God
Okay,
does
so
not
you
keep
see
a
how that
record of
doesn't
wrong.
so you see how
No,
that doesn't apply.
look,
Okay. All
Jill,
right.
middle of a sentence. Stop over talking me. You complain when people do it to you. Stop doing it to me, please.
Well, yeah, well,
Right.
you're dodging. Yeah.
And then you immediately fucking do it. You know what I mean? Annoying. Very, very fucking annoying.
There might be a mental problem with that.
Yeah. So when it says that love does not keep a record of wrongs, but God does keep a record of wrongs because He judges people. In
Okay, wait a minute.
order
Wait a
to
minute. You're
judge
changing
someone,
the
you
topic. Okay, if you're gonna change the topic, then you can
yeah,
talk to Tag about
I'll
that.
give up
'Cause
on jealousy.
I'm gonna talk about
I,
jealousy because that's what you brought up, and you keep
no,
bringing it up over and
I'll
over again.
give jealousy.
And then when you have someone
I'll,
to deal with it, you run to something else. All right, so you can talk to Tag
no,
about that
Jill,
issue.
I'll
Okay,
give you.
keeping
No,
righting
Jill, I'll give you
wrongs
jealousy.
or something like that.
I'll give you
Well,
jealousy.
we could
Yeah, I
talk
was
about
wrong about
jealousy
jealousy.
another time when
Well,
you're ready
hold
to
up.
bring it
Yeah,
up again.
might as well come to me because at least I'm coming with like definitions and shit. I have
Yeah, go on,
okay,
Tom.
so you see this. So this is the I believe this is the first word, jealous. It might be the second one. No, yeah, this is the second one. Let me go to this one. Hold up.
Oh no, now he wants to talk about God
Oh wait,
doing
no, okay,
right
this is the right one.
or wronging wrongs. So now
Okay,
he wants to
so
change the topic.
this is usually where the verse that talks about the jealousy. And we can see it in all its context, jealous compared to H702, which I have up.
1 Cor 13 verse 4.
And so we'll go down here and we'll read all the verses standalone, what they're involved in. Exodus 25, thou shalt not bow thyself to them, nor serve them, for I, the Lord thy God, am jealous God, visiting the iniquity upon the fathers of the fathers upon the children, upon unto the third and fourth generation, unto them that hate me. For those, and that kind of goes into what I was saying earlier about them choosing hate and then his and the jealousy. Let's just read them all before we can ask questions, because might as well. For thou shalt worship no God,
Right.
for the Lord, whose name is jealous God. For the Lord is a consuming fire, even jealous God. Oh, the thing's going off. My bad.
Therefore,
Yeah, sorry,
God
that's
is
not
not
me.
a loving God.
Yeah, I might have to change that. But sorry, carry on, Tom.
Jill
Sorry.
lied
Alright.
yesterday.
Thou shalt not bow down thyself unto them, nor serve them, for I am the Lord, thy a jealous God. Sorry, it's like weirdly written. It says God twice. I wonder why. Visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me. For the Lord thy God is a jealous God among you, lest thy anger of the Lord be kindled against thee and destroy thee from the face of the earth. So, in reading that, there's also the context which it told us to go back and read, which is this word. And it has another word which you can look into if we wanted to. And this one goes into jealous.
Yeah.
So, it's not the same word. This is a different word. And this is what it involves with. This is Joshua. And Joshua said
But
unto the people, You cannot serve the Lord, for he is holy, as he is holy, sorry. He is a holy God, and he is a jealous God, and he will not forgive your transgression nor your sins. And then in Nehemiah, I can't pronounce it. 1:2, God is a jealous, and the Lord revengeth, that the Lord revengeth and is furious. The Lord will take vengeance on his adversaries, and he reversed wrath for his enemies. I'm just saying, so that's the full context
right.
and
So
what we found. So go ahead.
yeah.
I'm looking
Yeah,
at this one
so there
next.
are lots of examples. There are lots of examples from the Bible where it says, in no uncertain terms, that God is a jealous God. So I think Jill was saying when it says that love is not jealous. Are you saying that it means love is not envious rather than jealous, Jill? Is that what you meant? Because God is clearly jealous. We've got that sorted. I think from that. So are
Right,
you
and
saying
you
that when
can't
it's
define jealous. You can't define jealous. So therefore, there's no point in having a conversation where you can shift and change your definition of jealous on the fly. So when you're ready to define jealous, then we can therefore show you
yeah, I can
what the
do.
definition of in the scripture is.
Yeah, I can define jealous. Thank you, Google.
Okay.
Feeling or showing an envious resentment of someone or
Okay.
their achievements,
Okay. So what
possessions.
is it that you
Yeah.
have? Okay. So
Jill,
what is it
Jill, you're
that
gonna
you
have to
have?
stop this. I'm sorry. I,
Okay. All
like
right.
I was, you
You
wouldn't even let me finish reading the definition that you just asked for. Jill, until I finish the sentence, don't start talking, or I
okay? Go
will kick
ahead.
you. This is getting really annoying. Right, I shall read the definition again. Feeling or jealous, feeling or showing an envious resentment of someone or their achievements, possessions, or perceived advantages.
Jill said it didn't say
Okay.
jealous. It
So
said
what
envious.
what is it that you have that God wants? Go ahead.
I don't know, but when
Okay.
when it says that, when it says that
What is
God
it
is a
that you have
jealous
that
God,
God is? What is it that you have that God is envious of?
do you mean me personally? I can't
Yeah,
see
you.
that I
Yeah,
would
you
have any,
personally. Yeah, you. Wildheart. What is it that you have
but
that God is envious of? Go ahead.
right.
You never thought
So you're
about this,
saying that
have you?
God wouldn't?
No, no, no. Answer the
No,
question, sir.
this is the
What is it that you have that God would be envious or jealous of? Go ahead.
me personally, nothing. But if you're saying that
But
God would never, but if you're saying that
God
God,
isn't jealous.
but if you're saying that God wouldn't be jealous of anything, and yet the Bible says that He is a jealous God,
Okay.
how do you square that circle?
All right.
Okay,
So
I
right.
can
So
square it
right.
away. I
So
did it in the
so
side
be-
chat.
so well, hold on, talk. Let me just get this point out.
Go
So
ahead.
so therefore, now that you sat down and actually thought about this, instead of just spewing out stuff that you read or heard on the internet, therefore, logically speaking, the word jealous here cannot mean the same thing that you want it to mean. That when humans are jealous of each other because they're envious of something or they want something that someone else has. The word jealous is used differently here. When God says he's jealous of things that belong to him, like worship. Worship and service belong to God alone
How,
and are to be given to
sorry,
him alone.
how can you, sorry, I rudely interrupted you there. But
Your ability
Okay,
to
go ahead.
change your mind will
but how can you be jealous of something you own? I don't understand that concept.
asterisk
When you
your
give your worship to something else, and that is to be given to him alone.
Right. So
So
God
worship
is jealous.
belongs to him.
Mind you, hold up. Mind you, that there is a context to that. He's not jealous of people, and don't take this the wrong way. People like you, right? He's not jealous of atheists because you're not following him. It's those who are following him who turn away from him that he's has this sense of jealousy of. You see,
Right.
if he doesn't have a relationship for you, you don't really mean anything to him. I mean,
Whoa.
it kind of
It's like a husband
really-
and a wife, right? A husband doesn't care about what Lady Gaga is doing because that's not his wife, right? Well, good point, Todd. So this is dealing with the people of God, the people of Israel, and them falling into idol worship. And God knows what's best for his people, so he is jealous when he sees them flirting with other women or flirting with other men or flirting with other idols, basically. He uses this as an analogy, the husband and the wife. So no, he's not jealous of you. But now if you repent of your sins and then you fall into idol worship, he'll become jealous. And it's the best thing for you. So it's not because he's getting anything out of the deal. It's because it's the best thing for you is to worship God and God alone. That's the best thing for you.
I think I can solve this, and I think we're getting into the weeds a bit. Jill, would you say that is God capable of being jealous, no matter what reason he's jealous or who he's jealous of? Is God?
Sunrise over the mountains.
Is God? Oh, that's good. Is God capable of being jealous?
Wait, can't you just
So
pause
he's
it and turn it
jealous.
off?
Yeah, I'll
Hold
turn
on, I
it off
want
a
to
bit,
do
yeah.
something.
It's just.
Let me
Well,
go for a minute.
It depends on how you define jealous. So because there's a different definition of jealous
Yeah, if I close away.
than what you have or what you're used to using, then yes, it's perfectly fine. A perfectly good God would be jealous in that sense.
So God, right, Jill, would you define God as a jealous God? Do you think
I didn't
God
mean to
can
have
be
this still
jealous? Do you
screen
think he ever
sharing.
has been?
In the way that we
No,
used to, in the way that the Bible uses the word jealous, yes. If he wasn't that way, he would not be a loving God. If your wife went away for 3 weeks
Right.
and said
So
she had a great
right. So the
time
Bible.
with another man and you didn't
So the
feel any
Bible.
type of way, let me finish my point, please. If your wife, if you were married and your wife went away with another man for 3 years and came back and you did not
Pregnant.
feel anything, and she's pregnant and you didn't feel anything, you were just indifferent, I would say that that's not a relationship for a good relationship for either of you.
Honey, I
So-
got good news. We have a
But-
baby. Wait.
So jealousy. Hold on. Let me make this point. Jealousy is a sin. Jealousy is only a sin when it's
You
a
just made the
desire.
point.
Well, hold on. Let me just make another point really quick.
You're just gonna.
Jealousy is only, biblically
I'm talking
speaking.
for 20 minutes. When I'll get my
Okay,
point.
go ahead,
You know what I
and
mean?
I'll
Just make
remember
one-
my point
you
for
make
later.
one
Go ahead.
Right, and you just made me forget my point. No, I'm not good.
Okay. Well, let me
But
just say
it
this
doesn't
really
matter
quickly
the
because you
reason-
have to know that this.
No,
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
I know my point. Right. So it doesn't matter the definition of jealousy because we're all going from within the Bible. The Bible defines God
Actually-
as jealous. Would you agree?
Hold
with
up,
that?
guys. Like I said, if you don't listen to me, you miss out on everything. Look at the screen share.
So
I just
Yeah,
looked this
but
up. I just looked this up real time. No, remember where I said it, there's a connection in with zeal, right? Look at this. This is the word for zeal in the Old Testament. I shit you not. I'm not fucking with you. This is the word for zeal. Look what one of the translation is. Jealousy, zeal, envy, for my sake. All right? So this is talking about what to think, like, just to get that point across. Jealousy could also mean zeal. And zeal
right.
isn't
Yeah,
this.
he's fixated on the idea.
It's saying
Oh, go ahead.
it's saying that zeal is a synonym for jealousy. So if it says zeal and zeal means jealousy, then it makes no difference. They're still talking
Right,
about
but
jealousy.
you're putting something older, right? You gotta obey the context of the culture. You're going by our modern English. That's culture mixing. You're mixing our culture with their culture. We have to
So
see
who
it
can
through their eyes.
I fear that we're getting into the weeds. If we can just simplify it, Tog or Jill.
We're trying to define. You won't allow us to define the word. Instead, you're
Tog,
fixated on making there only one definition of the word. So
no, Tog.
there's a different use of the word jealous. Just face the facts. Words can have more than one definition. Words are
Right, so
not defined by you in the 21st century alone. So
I've got a
when we
question. I've
say,
got a
hold on, let me
question.
finish. Let me finish my point. When we
Yeah.
say
So
that God is jealous, and please listen so that you won't keep repeating this error.
listen,
When we say that God is jealous, it is not a sinful jealous. There are two types of jealousies, basically. This type of jealousy is not sinful, it is appropriate. Jealousy is only a
it
sin when it
doesn't matter.
is when it
No,
hold on, let me
Jill,
finish.
Jill,
One more line, one more sentence, please.
yeah, Jill, I'm going to stop you there. I'll put you backstage. It doesn't matter what kind of jealousy it is. If God is jealous, then God is jealous. It doesn't matter whether it's a good jealousy, a bad jealousy, what kind of jealousy it is. If God is jealous, then God is jealous. It doesn't
Can you go?
matter what kind of jealousy it is.
Can you go
Argument.
back to the screen share?
Jealousy is a
Okay.
sin only when it's a desire for something that does not belong to
Okay,
you.
real quick, Jill. Something I'd like to
Really
point
simple.
out when you're talking about jealousy in the form of zeal, like I was pointing out, it's resulting into the wrath of God. So here's a clear definition of what jealousy means to and with God. So one might ask themselves, how can love have wrath? Now, what does love do in protection? And this is often used with God in protecting of his people with the word zeal. I really want to point that out. Like that is an important context. Like, and especially when it comes to love, like, you come between a mother and her child, and the wrath of that mother. Again,
Oh yeah.
that's this type of love that I'm speaking of. I'm speaking from the heart.
How
Like
about a
this
mama
is.
bear and her cub?
It's important to understand these things. Yes, it is this jealousy, but
Yeah.
it's that same type of jealousy that I'm pointing out. The same type of jealousy a mother protects her young with. That wrath that comes out. This is what it's
Right.
speaking of with God.
Right.
Mind you,
If
God and the other
so,
nations of the people of the gods of the other nations. I'm done.
Yeah, you're
yeah,
fixated on
Tom.
having one
If,
definition of a
if I
word.
could
Words are
just,
not
right,
univocal. They have more than
sorry,
one definition.
sorry for this. Sorry, I can't seem to get a word in edgewise on the Unlucky channel. So sorry about that. I'll let you back in a sec. But if I can just simplify it, all I'm saying is that God is described in the Bible as being a jealous God. Love is described in the Bible as not being jealous. We're getting off into all kinds of weird and wonderful kind of sidetracks and rabbit holes. I'm just saying, if the Bible describes God as jealous and love as not jealous, then God cannot be love. Sorry about that. I just had to get that out. We don't need to go whether it's a good jealousy, a bad jealousy, there's a
I know
righteous
you don't.
jealousy.
Yeah, because you're dishonest. So
Yeah,
so you don't need to
I
define the
already
term.
dis
You're
by
dishonest.
what you're saying. I
You're an
contradicted by
atheist.
what you're saying, dude. Like plain out. I hope you go back and
right.
watch that. Like it would.
It's called the equivocation fallacy. You want the word to only mean one thing each time it's used. That's a
Right. So
fallacy.
if I can try and work this out, Tog, would you describe God as a jealous God? Is God jealous?
In what
In my
sense?
yeah.
In what sense is God jealous?
So you're saying
Because
that
there are
God
two
is jealous?
definitions. We gave you two definitions of the word. So in what sense is God
Right. So
jealous? Which
So
No,
God
definition?
is
actually,
jealous.
We
actually,
gave
Love
him
you
is
two
not.
you didn't give
definitions
him
of the word jealous.
you didn't. That was after you hounded Wildheart to give you a definition of jealous.
Right.
And now,
And there, and
we-
we, and now, and
you
we,
have-
and then I
now
gave
you-
him a
now you
second
have two
definition.
different
Please.
Yeah.
And then I gave him a second definition.
So why?
So now
why
that
did
he
you
has
ask-
two
why did you ask
definitions,
Wildheart
you
for
have
his
to let us know
definition?
which definition you're using when you ask these questions.
Well, no. There
He
is no.
already did.
There is no ask what definition. There is the context in which it's given, which in again,
Right, which defines the
no,
word.
the
Right.
writers of the Bibles
no,
aren't
no,
fools for
wrong.
one thing. They're not going to conflate
Jill,
jealousy and what they mean
Jill-
with love and conflate those two things for us to say later on in the future they're fucking idiots when they wrote this because they conflated these two things. You
Right,
have
so-
to understand
so
the context.
So Wildheart,
And I'm stressing that that's the importance of it.
What are the
Otherwise,
two
you're just flat out
definitions?
wrong.
Not
Not
what are
that
the
that's
two
important.
definitions
Ask
of jealousy?
Wildheart.
Wildheart. What are the two
Jill asked
definitions of
Wildheart.
jealousy? Let's see if you've learned
Jill
something.
asked Wildheart.
What are the two
Jill
definitions
asked
of jealousy?
Wildheart. Jill asked Wildheart for a definition of jealousy. And when Wildheart gave him one, now Jill is conflating that there's two definitions. If there were two definitions already, why did you ask Wildheart for a definition?
Yeah. You can't ask me for a definition and then when I give you one, but there were two different definitions and you're using the wrong one. I give you a definition of jealousy. If you're not happy with it, that's not my problem. You can't say there are 10 definitions of jealousy. And I'm
Well,
gonna pick
that's
one that
that's
suits me.
likewise the things that we say isn't our problem when you don't understand them. Likewise, when you say that's not our, it's the same way.
That's a two cocaine
Right, so I'll repeat.
fucking rabbit trail bullshit.
Yeah,
It's
it's
the truth.
this is what I don't understand. This is what I don't understand. It's very simple. The Bible
truth, it's a
describes
fallacy.
God as jealous. It also describes love
Painted
as
as a
not jealous.
fallacy.
Logically, God cannot be loved. It's from the same source. It's from the Bible. God is not God is jealous. Love is not jealous. And if you're saying the Bible uses jealous in two different ways, but then it's the same word. So how does that make sense?
So,
Well, you said it's the
Wildheart,
same word. What is it? It's you're saying
If you're
okay.
saying
The
that
Bible
God
says
has an
that
attribute.
love is not jealous, right? That's
And-
the claim,
so-
right? That's
so
the claim in the
Wildheart,
Bible. It says
Yeah.
love is not jealous.
He's claiming
Does it
he's,
say that?
It's equivocation fallacies he's practicing.
Yes,
And
Yeah.
atheists
1
do this
Corinthians
often.
13, verse 4.
So Wildheart,
Oh,
what
no,
are the two definitions of jealous, Wildheart? What
I
are the
just
two
went through that, did I
definitions
not?
of jealous? Wildheart, can
now
you
he
hear me?
wants to know the two definitions of jealous.
Yeah, what are the one that you
Originally-
gave, and then what's the
originally-
definition that I gave, Wildheart? Can you remember? Do you need me to repeat it? You're muted, Wildheart.
The definition of jealous is
The two
the definition of
definitions,
jealous
both
is-
definitions. Yeah, go ahead.
feeling. All right, I'll give the first two. There are several, but feeling or
Right.
showing an envious resentment of someone or their achievements, possessions, or perceived advantages. The
Okay.
second
And what's
one
the
is
second?
feeling or showing a resentful suspicion that one's partner is attracted to or involved with someone
False.
else.
Okay. All right. So let me give you the second definition. Let me give you. Okay. All right. Let me give you the second definition
How
because
is
you
the
weren't paying
definition
attention.
false?
You weren't paying
How is the
attention.
definition
So let me give it
false?
to you again. All right. There are two basic definitions. The two definitions you gave are basically the same definition. All right. It's envying something or envious. Or I like the second definition also, but there are two basic definitions. When you
I
are
thought you said the
jealous of
second one was
something, you
false.
don't. Excuse me, sir. I was in the middle of a sentence. Thank you. When you are jealous of something you do not own, when you have a desire for something that doesn't belong to you, and then the second definition is when you have a desire for something that does belong to you. The first definition is a sin.
No, you just.
If you are jealous
Jill-
of something, hold on.
you just-
If you are jealous of something that does not belong to you, the Bible calls that a sin. If you're jealous of something that does belong to you, like your wife, like your husband, then that is not a sin. Okay?
So,
So those
which
are the two
definition?
No,
which
Jill-
definition is God
Jill-
jealous?
Sorry,
Which definition?
sorry,
Go ahead,
The
DC,
Wildheart.
second one.
DC,
The second one, which is not a sin. So for if
So-
you
so
come
God is-
home
so-
and your wife
Is jealous.
is you find
So
out
God is jealous.
Right, sorry to do this again, but Jill is just wrong. the first definition is feeling or showing an envious resentment of someone or their achievements, possessions, or perceived advantages. Jill said it was to do with what you own, being envious of something you don't own. That's not the definition. It says feeling or showing an envious resentment of someone or their achievements. That is not the same thing as owning a possession. So Jill is just wrong.
I have
you're
a
not
screen
getting
share.
biblical definition. You're talking about the Bible, not the dictionary. So the Bible has a different definition for jealousy. So you can't use your dictionary.
Yeah. So wait,
as
pause.
the one all
Okay.
be
Okay.
all
Hold up, guys.
for your definitions.
This so
Okay?
again, since we first, when I was looking at the stuff, we were looking at the Hebrew. This is what the Greek says in 1 Corinthians. This is zeal, which transform again into zeal, zel, to burn with zeal. One is to be hated or to boil with envy, hatred, anger. In a good sense, to be zealous in pursuit of good. To desire earnest pursuit.
Perfect,
to desire of one earnestly, to strive after, busies oneself about him, to exert oneself for one, that he may not be torn from me, to be the object of zeal to others, to be zealously sought after, to envy.
Right.
So
Right.
again,
Good
these
job,
are
Doc.
some of the definitions, but these are in Greek. And the second definition we need to look at is agape. Agape in the same with the love can also be translated as charity. And also it has something to do with love feast, which I'm actually to myself am not quite understanding in what that means. I'm not.
I gotta step out.
I'm just saying.
Wildheart. So Wildheart, when you're reading the Bible,
So God
understand
is jealous,
that the
right?
Bible has its
So
own
God is
definition.
jealous, Jill?
So don't try
Is
to
God
use
jealous?
dictionary.com
So is God
when you're
jealous?
reading the
Is
Bible.
God jealous by
Okay,
the biblical
respect the
definition?
author's intention when you're reading the text.
Is
Right?
God
So
is
the
God
Bible
jealous
has a
by the
definition
biblical
of jealous.
definition?
You have to respect that
Yes.
definition if you want to
God is
understand the Bible.
jealous.
All right. I'll see you guys
So
next
God
time.
is jealous.
Yeah, all right, run
So
away.
God
I
is
was
jealous.
going to
Thanks,
ask you a
Jill.
question, but whatever. Okay, the question I wanted to ask you, Jill.
Sorry, before you start Midnight, can I just say hello to Trusty Ape and Gaming with both inside chats? Midnight, go. Sorry.
Okay. The question I wanted to ask you, Jill, is why the fuck does he even bother having these discussions anyway? Because because he's had them before and he's always won. Like he's beaten us. Okay, he shouldn't be bothered having this discussion with these like lonely atheists and lonely Christians like Todd.
Oh my! I mean, Midnight. Someone
He needs attention.
again. He's a master. Midnight. Everything he says is gold. For God's sakes, like you should be listening and learning from him because he isn't. And that's why he comes here because it doesn't matter what he says. He's such in
needs
such
attention.
excellence. Like that again. He's a
here because
teacher.
he needs
Everything
attention.
he drops Jupiter in people's hairs.
He's a fucking.
And they don't even realize
he's a
it.
fucking idiot.
I know he's an idiot, but I'm just saying, if like he thinks in his head he's always won when he's talked to people, like you should be like, you know what? I'm satisfied. I have won. I have beaten literally everyone on earth. I can finally just. I don't know. He's an idiot.
I just want to point something out. Like it's a school day, right? And it's 9:00, so he probably is at work. Like in the parking lot, like trying to get into the school. So he's probably late.
He's a janitor. He's a janitor. Come on.
Oh, no, he's not a janitor. He's not a janitor. Don't. Yeah, he's not cool enough to be like me.
Yeah, don't disrespect.
Okay, you know, fine, that's fair.
Yeah.
No, I wasn't trying to insult you.
No,
insult him.
Like for real. I have an off-air that I had a private because he kind of doxed himself. He's in the schooling profession.
Okay,
He's in school.
Yeah. And midnight, when you call Jill a janitor, you're just denigrating the job of janitor. Do you know what I mean? I don't think they would appreciate it.
Yeah,
Jill,
I know. That's why I was like, oh, I didn't mean to degrade.
I mean, actually, being quite poetic. I mean, he'd fucking. I mean, Granger's make a pretty penny, and he lives over in New York. He'd probably be like, he'd probably have like a Ferrari. Like, no lie, shit.
I never heard. I never heard of a janitor having a Ferrari in New York. Sorry.
Shit, maybe you
Never
don't know the right janitors.
I guess not.
But if we can, right, I'll give you jealousy. Forget jealousy. Another thing is, God does keep a record of wrongs because He judges people, and love does not keep a record of wrongs. Can we discuss that? In
So wait,
order
God
to
is
judge
Santa Claus.
someone,
He knows
in
when
order to
you've
judge
been
someone,
bad or good, but somebody else.
Well,
yeah,
I mean, like I said, Satan also goes to and fro, and he's also a bad guy. So, like you
but
said,
that's
Midnight, who's to say he doesn't keep a record of like, hey, I have these motherfuckers. Haha.
But
yeah,
also,
Guess
but
who's
but
coming to the
also,
fire with me?
but I know this is your
Tom,
screen,
it,
Will. God damn it, Wild Heart. But also, you guys have been arguing over the definition of a word. I felt like I was watching a Steve McRae video arguing about the definition of
yeah,
atheism. What the fuck?
I
yeah.
think that was an
But
important to be
I
honest,
can't
like in the
understand.
Christian mindset, that to me it's important. Like especially that
Yeah, but
because of how
that's
it
what.
coincides with love.
But that's what I can't understand. It's a very simple, straightforward proposition. God does keep a record of wrongs. Love does not keep a record of wrongs. Therefore, God is not love. I don't understand how Christians
Okay,
can kind of
okay.
twist this, bring
How
Satan into it.
how let me ask you this. How can he how does he keep a record of wrongs?
He judges people. How do you
How does
judge
he
someone?
judge people?
I don't know how he judges people, but if he judges people, then he must keep a record
Oh,
of
so now it's
wrongs.
an
It's
if.
He judges people according to their wrongs.
Yeah. How do you judge
Difficult
someone?
to say.
Hold the fuck up 1 second. How the fuck can someone judge a motherfucker if you already admit that they're doing wrong? That's kind of suspicious. Like, what else are you supposed to judge them, right? Are you supposed to lie? I'm
All
just
he's
saying.
saying is God. All he's saying, Tog, is God is not love, because love does not keep a record of wrongs. That's all Wildheart is saying.
I get that. I can hear
Yeah.
with my own 2 ears.
But
Well, what you're saying has nothing to do with what you're not responding to what
Don't you
Wildheart
mind
said.
what I'm saying?
yeah, what I'm saying is, in order to judge someone, you
Okay.
must keep a record of what they've done wrong in the past. If you just met someone, you know absolutely nothing about them. How can you possibly judge them? But God
Well, again,
does judge people, so you
I
must
think
keep
if
a
it
record
was,
of.
I think like DT just said, like, is it not themselves who do the wrong?
Yeah, they do the wrong, but
Yeah.
if God then judges them,
Do you
for
think?
fault,
God is
do
not.
you think?
God is
he
not
must
Do you
keep a
love.
record.
All you're
do
saying.
you think?
All you.
Do you think like people keep track of what they do wrong themselves, of all the things that they do? Do you think people dwell on that, or do they just
But
forget
again,
and let it go?
that's a rabbit hole. What I'm saying is, in order for God to judge
It's not a
people,
rabbit.
he
It's
must
not a
keep
rabbit
record.
hole. It's not. It's not a rabbit hole, Wildheart. Tog is supporting your argument that God is not love.
Sure,
But
just continue down the rabbit hole. Yeah, sure.
I was saying that God keeps a record of wrongs, and Todd was saying that but people also keep it. That's irrelevant. I'm just asking,
Exactly.
does God keep a record of wrongs? It's irrelevant whether people also keep a record of wrongs. That's not the question.
Well, who's he keeping a record of?
Anyone he judges, or else he wouldn't be able to judge them.
Who does he judge?
He judges everyone. I thought. I could be wrong.
Does he?
Yeah. Do you believe in heaven and hell? Or
Did you just become Ace Theo overnight?
do you believe that God judges people? That's a simple question. If you don't, that's fine. The argument makes no sense if you don't believe that God judges people.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, are you like Ace Theo? Do you think that everyone will go to heaven?
Tom, if you can just answer the question,
absolutely nothing to do with it.
Do you believe that God keeps a record of wrongs? If you don't, then the argument makes no sense, and I'll give it up. But if you do, then we have a problem. Do you know what I mean?
Well, I'm trying to make a point.
But do you believe that God keeps a record of wrongs?
Well, I'll answer that after I make my point.
Okay. Sorry, I don't want to be like argumentative, but it's just it doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, that's why I'm trying to make my point. Look, I don't know why people don't get it.
Oh, shush. Sorry.
Well, like I said, like, who's he keeping the record of?
But that's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter who he's keeping a record of. If he keeps a record of wrongs of one person, then God keeps a record of wrongs. It doesn't matter how many people. It doesn't matter the reason he keeps a record of wrongs. I'm just asking, does God keep a record of wrongs? It's a yes or no answer.
Well, let me ask, why do you think he keeps a record of wrongs?
It doesn't matter why he keeps a record of wrongs either.
No, I'm not asking why. Well, then, if it matters why does it matter if I say yes or no? If it doesn't matter, it's
just asking what
irrelevant.
you
It's
believe.
arbitrary.
I'm just asking what you believe. That's all.
Well, it's arbitrary.
But do you believe that God keeps a record of wrongs?
Well, there would be no point if he does or doesn't. What's the point in saying?
Because if he does,
Then it's
and
not
the Bible
love.
also says that
Then
love
it's
does
not
not
love.
keep a
That's
record
the
of wrongs.
point.
Well, if he does, what can we do about it? I guess you better be good.
Absolutely nothing. No.
You don't need
Well,
to
that's
do
not the
anything. You
point.
don't need to do anything about it. Nobody's asking you to do anything about it. It has nothing to do with the argument doing anything about it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If he does keep a record, if he doesn't, what does it matter?
Tog, I love you, man, but can you please, just for the sake of my mental health, give me a simple yes or no answer to this question? Do you believe that the God you worship keeps a record of wrongs?
Why does
Yes
it
or
matter?
no? Please.
Why is it important to you
Okay.
to know?
Because I'm trying to make an argument that if God does keep a record of wrongs and love does not keep a record of wrongs, then God cannot be love. That's the point. But if you're not willing to answer the question, then I don't know why you're not willing to answer. I really don't kind of care either way, but it would be helpful. I just don't understand. Either God keeps a record of wrongs or he doesn't. What do you believe about that? You must believe one way or the other. It's binary. So I don't know why you're not willing to answer the question.
It seems preposterous that anyone would need to give an answer. It's like no one reads the freaking Bible, man. It's kind of sad.
Okay, DT, I'm lost. Welcome, Pop Socks. Good to see you. But it's so simple. It's a logical syllogism.
That's
If
right.
God
It's so
keeps a-
fucking simple, man. That's the problem.
Yeah. If God keeps a record of wrongs and love does not keep a record of wrongs, conclusion: God cannot be loved. That's all I'm saying. They should have been over like half an hour ago. Do you know what I mean? It's simple. God does keep a record of wrongs. Love does not keep a record of wrongs. Therefore,
How does God keep a record of wrongs?
in order to judge people,
in a godly way.
in order to judge
In a
someone, you
godly
have
way.
to keep a record of the wrongs. Like I said, if you don't keep a record of the wrongs, there is no way you can judge anyone. So, that's a different question. Todd, do you believe that God judges people?
How else are people declared to be winners?
Everyone's a winner, baby. That's
Everyone's a winner, baby. That's for sure.
Well, that's
All
another
right,
thing.
well,
Like if you're judging only things on their merits and they're only winning, and judgment
No,
only
Todd.
goes on value of winning, that's why I'm
Todd,
curious.
Todd, you know that I
then
love you. And
God isn't love.
I don't know whether you're conscious of this or not, but if you're not willing to give honest answers to the questions that I'm asking you, and you have to go on this whole, it's a simple yeah. I'll give you two simple yes or no questions, and you're obviously not willing to give the answer, so we can just move on because there's no point talking at this point. And I'm not having a go at you.
No,
You
it's a
know,
damn shame, dude.
yeah.
It
But
really
It
is,
is.
man. It's sad.
It's a shame.
I
yeah,
wish I
but
could
I
get
don't
you to
know.
understand, but you won't. And I'm not gonna give it to you because it's so simple. Like you
You're
said, if it's
suppressing
so
the truth
simple,
and
why should I give it
unrighteousness,
to you?
Wildheart.
Right. Right. Yeah.
Right, so maybe I'll understand at some point in the future. But when I ask someone a yes/no question, which there must be an answer to, you either believe that God keeps a record of wrongs, or you do not believe that God keeps a record of wrongs, and you're not willing to answer the question. And I don't know why. I also ask you, does God judge people, or does God not judge people? Just what you believe about it, which is again a yes/no question. And again, you weren't willing to answer the question.
Well, you
So I
have
don't
your
know.
idea of judgment, and then I have my own.
Right. So does God, in any sense, give? I'll grant you whatever your definition of judgment is. Would you say
I can
that God
tell you what my
judges
definition
people?
of judgment is if you don't even know what it is. Seems silly.
I'm just granting it you for the sake of argument. I'm just whatever your definition is, I'll go with that. But given your definition, would you say that God judges people?
Well, of course.
Right. So
But
in
again,
order,
you don't know what the fuck all my definition is, so I don't know what the hell it means to you.
that's a good point. Yeah. Talk. What is your definition of judgment?
Well, again, it kind of goes back in the same thing in what you're talking about. It's a simple. It's a
But what
simple.
is
It's
it?
as simple. It's as simple as reading the passage of Jesus dying on the cross and resurrecting again. It's as simple as that.
Okay, but like technically, if just forget this conversation and everything, if just a random person walked up to you and said, "What is your definition of what was it? Judging people?"
I'd probably
What?
tell him to get fucked.
Okay, we can move on. Joe, what's up? What's going on?
That's honest, man. I probably would. Like what judgment? I don't know. I don't have these conversations with people in real life. It's upsetting to me.
But you were just having a go at me because I didn't ask your definition of judgment, and then I did ask your definition of judgment, and you're not willing to give that. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'll shut up. I'm sorry. I just don't get it. Oh, welcome, B. BJ. Good to see you. Join you if you can. Yeah, I started off this stream with doing some technical stuff about reading out the comments, which worked to a point, but I could do with someone's help with using OBS and getting it fine tuned. You know what I mean? Yo, PJ.
Howdy, howdy. How you guys doing?
Jay.
You should
Hey,
Hello,
talk. You
Mr.
should talk to
Sexy.
Math Pig.
hola.
Talk to Math Pig, Wildheart.
Oh yeah,
I
that's a good idea. Yeah,
I was gonna say if you guess it, I'm not gonna be shy and say that's it. I guess it goes in time and kind of the mentality of like don't cast pearls to swine, right? Like it won't do you any good to tell you, like it wouldn't. So that I think once you gain the understanding, then come at me. Otherwise, there's just no point.
I'm jealous that I don't know your definition of judgment.
no, but Tog,
How are they going
Tog,
to know
you
what
can't
pearls are if you
say
don't throw it in their
you can't have
faces?
a go.
They'll never understand. It's a cave thing.
But Tog, you had a go at me for not understanding your definition of judgment, and then I asked you your definition of judgment, and basically you're saying, "Well, work it out yourself," and then I'll tell you. How does that work? You wanted me to ask you your definition of judgment, and then when I did, you're saying,
I actually,
"Well,
did
look at it
I
yourself,
say
or
I
else I'm
wanted
not
you to
telling you."
ask me my definition? I don't think I was trying to
You
seem
said
like that. If I did,
that's how I took it. You said, "How can you agree with my definition of judgment if you don't know what it is?" So then I ask you what it is.
yeah, it
Do you know
still
what I'm
doesn't
saying?
mean I was gonna tell you. I'm just saying. Like, to be
So
fair, like
yeah,
you're like, yeah, you can ask me what I like. Yeah, sure, but you don't know my definition of it, so it's kind of pointless because you can only like, okay, so he agrees with his definition of judgment. That makes fucking sense. Like, why
yeah, but if
wouldn't
you
I? I don't agree with my definition of judgment. Actually, I think my definition of judgment is so fucked up and warped. Like, by the way, I'm joking when I say that here to make that point, but yeah. I'm a little bit tired. I'm sorry. It's been a long day for me. I get excited.
and I need a short bathroom break, so I'll be right back.
Right.
What's going on, Vic?
Oh, not much, man. Just the usual, same old, same old. I just got done putting up another video, another corny thing I've done.
I gotta
Right
say,
on.
that double one you did was pretty cool.
Which one?
I forgot what it was called. I like the beat of it. It was like a part 1 and a part 2.
Oh, right on. Yeah, the I Like You the bass.
Yeah, dude.
All right.
Like, you have no idea. Like, I was like listening to it.
Hmm.
I got lost in it in the background. Like, I'm like,
Right on.
holy like, I'm like, dude, hold up.
16.
Like, for real, that was awesome.
Oh, thanks, man. Thank you.
I enjoyed that. Like I said, I really enjoyed it.
The one I made this morning, I just did like a simple little drum beat. I was watching some videos and I was checking out some old like debates and older ones with the
It's got to compete to
mostly like
impress
racial
those
stuff, in America. So I kind of made what might make some people a little upset that don't dig that kind of thing, but it's a heavy message, I think. I don't know.
And
Well,
yeah,
that's
that
check it out.
introduction, I've just turned the speech chat back on, which is what I was working on earlier. So it's reading out every message in the side chat, like in an audible voice, but it's only coming through my television. I want it to come through like YouTube via OBS or however I have to do it. So that's the problem I have. Yeah, so it's not people interrupting when you hear that. But I don't know how well you can hear it on YouTube.
What do you use? You use OBS? Wildheart?
I'm trying to, yeah. I've got OBS running now, but when I
Why?
started
Man,
the stream, it wasn't. So I don't know whether I have to start the stream.
Servos can mean that it's
I didn't realize
Yeah.
the side chat didn't get my point. Yeah, either. That's kind of sad. For a lot of ex-Christians, I wonder if they actually are ex-Christians, because I think the ex-Christian would get it.
Well, remember, Talk, many Christians, so-called Christians,
Western,
are there.
the
They're
Western
in the
Christian.
yeah,
He's
they're
the
in the
weak
church.
Western man.
played.
They're in the church for all the wrong reasons. So they leave for all the wrong reasons.
Yeah,
That's how
they
you
were
can
born
tell.
in the church. That's how they were fucking
Some
there in the
some of them
wrong
were
reason.
born,
No
yeah.
offense, but shit. Thank God I
Yeah.
was a foreigner.
Hey, Wildheart,
Yeah.
could you do me a favor and play the link that I posted in your side chat?
/YouTube.com.
Yeah.
It's a short. It's a short little clip.
Yeah. Does this have to do with Jill? I think I know what this is.
A little bit.
Yeah.
My mind is so dirty.
Sorry, my computer was.
Your
But,
mind is
yeah.
a wonderful place.
I bet
But
you
as
wish
Pope
you
Sock
would.
says, if zealous can mean envious, and envious also means jealous, then it doesn't matter. The original point stands. If zealous means jealous and envious means jealous, it doesn't change the argument. If they all mean the same thing, if they're all synonyms, then it doesn't matter that there are different words if they all mean the same thing. Do you know what I mean?
I don't think that's the.
The
It's not
argument
that
remains
it's
the
a.
same.
It's no. It's not that it's a synonym. It's you're talking about a different fucking language. Like when I say fuck, it has multiple meanings. When I say love, it still has multiple meanings. That's what the fuck we're talking about. Words and having one word having different fucking meanings, or spelled differently and having different meanings. That's exactly what we're
Is
talking
God
about.
jealous?
Yeah.
Is God jealous?
But
By
Pope
any
Sock
definition,
says
is God jealous?
Waters are
Waters are people, yeah.
yeah, that's a good point, DC. He's got that would answer it all. Getting out of languages and words, and do you believe personally that God is jealous? That's the only question that you need to answer.
When it comes to jealousy of God, what does it pertain to in the Bible? Is he jealous of what? Other gods? Does that mean there's a God better, stronger than him? If he's jealous of
No.
gods?
Well, my point doesn't necessarily stand on the translation alone of the Bible because the translations are what they are. My point argument isn't necessarily what is written in the books per se. Why I say books is every translation. Mine's I guess if you can I argue more or less the oral tradition. So what we speak to each other by. That's more important to me by what the translations are. Because there's numerous translation, right? And there's many
Is
there's
God
again,
jealous?
there's like Ace Theo shit like that. Yeah.
Is
DT, to
God
your point,
jealous
yes.
by any
Yes, to
definition?
your point.
By any,
Yes. When you say it like that, yes.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
Jealous of what?
Jealous of your mom for having that big badonk.
Yeah, no, but before we get into that, right? So God, this is my point from the
Sorry.
start.
Must
So
smoke a
if God
cig.
is jealous and love is not jealous, God cannot be loved. This is so fucking simple. Tog, you just said that you believe that God is jealous in some way, shape, or form. The Bible
Well,
also says that love is not jealous. Conclusion.
Again, I literally
Conclusion,
it just
God is not
goes
love.
it just goes to says you weren't fucking listening to me when I just said when I talk about this shit, I'm not necessarily talking about the translations of a fucking book. I'm talking about the oral transition of and the spirit of the things which matters
I'm
most.
just asking.
So
I'm
God
just
is-
asking what you
That,
believe.
what that makes is the book irrelevant, and when you compare something the faith to a book again, it's not going to do you any good. Because I literally just said
I'm
that.
not saying
And
that.
also
is it
earlier,
a progressive
earlier,
definition that
if you may
pertains
have
to
forgotten, hold up, guys. Earlier, you may have forgotten. I was talking about how even in the sense of agape, here's talks about charity, and it's used for charity a lot, and then a feast of charity. So if it's used for charity, it could also mean in context of charity. It could be loved, a charity, and then charitability, right? What does it? Which one does it mean? Love or charity? The King James says charity. You're talking about the Bible is wrong. Well, if it's talking about the King James version, it's talking about charity. So you're the one who's wrong now, fuckface. So again,
Is
so
love-
it's like, what are we talking
is
about
love-
here? That's what I'm saying. Like
Is
I'm
love
trying to be
jealous?
pretty fair.
Is love jealous, Tog?
Well, again, for my sake, I have to do a little bit more research. I even fucking said that earlier, DT. You don't listen either.
Right. So, Tog, do you believe that the Bible is true? Because the Bible says that love is not jealous.
I believe the
And
word
you
of
just
God
said-
is true.
And you just said that you believe that God is jealous. So I presume you believe that love is not jealous.
He didn't answer that yet.
The only conclusion from that is that God is. All right, yeah, that was me. Yeah.
Is love
So in the Bible, it
jealous?
says that love is not jealous. God, Tog, God, Demo God. Do you believe that love is not jealous?
I did say I'll be right back. I'm gonna have a cigarette.
All
I think
right,
what
no
Todd was
problem.
trying
You
to
didn't
say is
Well,
almost
listen to
and,
it's
that
like
either.
it's almost like I think what Todd was trying to say is like a progressive definitions of like sayings that would pertain to today's oracle, like I guess recitation of today's environmental or today's context. You know, of how we would. It's always changing. Everything's always
yeah,
changing.
well, just to explain where I'm coming from, all that I get that they can mean several different things. But if we just bring it down to, I'm just trying to simplify it as much as I can. Right, take Tog out of it. I'm saying if someone believes that God is jealous, and someone also believes that love is not jealous, then I don't know how that person, from what they believe, can come to any other conclusion. I don't know whether they can come to any other conclusion than God is not love.
Everything is possible.
I'm not going into the Bible and what the Bible means. I'm just asking one specific person about their beliefs. If they believe that God is jealous and they also believe that love is not jealous, they cannot then say that God is love because that makes no sense whatsoever. That's all I'm trying to get to. I'm not really trying to get to what is
But they
actually true about God is love. I'm just asking one person about
but
what
they
they believe. Do you know what
but
I
they
mean?
can
Is
go
that
round and round for 45 minutes to an hour and not answer it.
yeah?
Or
Yeah,
pretend
that
like
is.
they don't know the point that you're trying to make.
Yeah,
Or
that is
hound
also
you and
possible.
hound you for a definition of jealous, and then when you give a definition of jealous,
Then
come
they
up
want.
with two other definitions of
Yeah,
jealous.
yeah. When you give them one definition, then they want two. Then when you give them two, they say, yeah, but they're not the right
You know,
definitions.
the last time I looked at my dick, I
Yes.
was underneath no obligation to answer any questions.
No, you're not.
No, absolutely not. You're still
No, you're
not.
not. I'm just trying to answer the question in my head, and without your
I'm sorry
answers,
for your piss poor understanding. I really am. I'm sorry. I don't want you
I,
to. I feel like you're not at my level to meet me at
I
this
don't think you
conversation, so
are.
I'm not throwing you the bones.
I don't think you
okay.
are sorry.
I want to throw you the bones.
Right,
Of
and so
course, I have the answers, but I'm not giving it to you.
Then
no,
you're
that's
not very
fine.
sorry if you're not giving it to them.
We can move on because DT, I forgot about the share thing. I've got it set up. So yeah, we can move on. Really doesn't matter. So yeah, I think right there we go.
Don't we like only a
Oh, that's shitty resolution.
Check this out. I just asked you the question.
to answer questions?
Is the phrase Christ's faith for all in the Bible? And you said no.
No, I didn't say no.
Oh no.
And you said no.
Right, sorry about this. No, give me 1 minute. I'll turn the
I could share. I could
speech
share screen
chat
it.
off.
Check this out. I just asked the phrase
No, it's all right now. I think.
Christ's faith for
Oh,
all
it was a text to
in the
speech.
Bible.
My
Turn the
bad.
speech chat off. That's all.
No, I didn't say no. I said yeah. Of course it is.
My computer going slow. That's all. Right, we'll try that once again. I'll shut up. Play.
Check this out. I just asked you the question. Is the phrase Christ's faith for all in the Bible? And you said no.
No,
So
I didn't say no. I said yeah. Of course it is.
No, you said no.
No, I said yes.
Is there such a phrase in the Bible as Christ's faith for all?
No, because Romans 5 says, Nick.
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? No way, stop fucking lying.
Was that actually Jill?
Nobody knows.
Jill, can you answer yes or no? Was that you? I like to think so. It was a pretty cool looking dude. But probably not.
Lying for Jesus.
I could barely hear it. What was he lying about?
Just watch the clip. I'm under no obligation to tell you what he was lying about.
Fair enough. That's not the fucking
Yeah,
clip.
I'm gonna have to stop
What's the
OBS
clip?
as well because my computer is going.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Why the fuck you lying?
And PJ, yeah, I've got that. Oh, go. Yeah,
Oh,
well,
oh yeah, I put in the private chat. It doesn't mention God. It has to do with fairness and equality in a weird way. It's not. I don't know if it's about Jill, but it definitely might be about his grandparents
He is jealous for me.
and mine as well. So
I am a butterfly. He is a tree.
yeah, if you want to play, that'd be cool.
And oh, how he loves us so.
yeah, it can't be much worse than that.
So wait, what
How
the
he loves us.
what was he lying about? God dang it.
What was who
I've just
lying
gone off the
about?
clip. Jill, you.
Watch the clip, dog. Cut and
Watch
thrust.
the clip. Oh, look. Oh, he clipped something. Wow. Yeah, we really trust the atheist clip after the January 6th committee.
Well-
we really trust your clips. Yeah.
Well, we can't trust you we can't trust you after watching a clip of you
We
lying
really trust your
yesterday.
clips. Yeah. We really trust your clips. Yeah. And oh, how he loves us so. Oh,
Jill,
how
have
he
you-
loves us. What's
have you
that?
ever done karaoke on this channel?
No, not on my channel.
Do you want to?
Okay, I don't understand.
All right. Does Brojo still have the karaoke's?
I think
You
so.
don't
every
need to
now and
understand.
then.
Yeah.
No, I mean
Yeah.
it says there's but now the righteousness of God has been manifested apart from the law, although through the law and prophets bear witness the righteousness of God through faith in Jesus Christ for all who believe. And the Nace Theos again, all in all, tries to make it for all who don't believe when that's not what the text says. I don't know if that's
That's
what
got
Joe is
nothing
in a
to do
sense
with the
lying
clip.
about with the
That's-
lying or not. Well,
Atheist
that does
Joe
have
is
to do with
lying?
the clip because that's the verse. That's the verse that's being mentioned.
Well, remember
That's the
liberals
verse
don't have.
that he asked him about.
Remember, liberals don't have morals, so
hasn't-
they can come up with their own morality on the fly. So they
Right.
don't have a
And
standard
you
for
lied.
actual honesty and
you-
integrity.
and-
So we don't really care
And
what
you
you consider
lied
to be a lie.
yesterday.
We don't
And
really
you
care what
lied
you consider to
yesterday,
be a
so
lie,
why
sir.
would we get-
You
why
voted
would
for
we
Biden, a
take
man
your
who
word for
molested his
anything?
own daughter. So we don't really care what you consider to be a lie, sir.
Well,
But
on this
anyway,
video,
You lied yesterday.
that I made,
Why back in-
Why would
what
we
the heck
trust
is
you?
this?
I
Is that
can
me?
interrupt you.
Me?
Consider this guy
Is that a black guy?
does
An
he have
afro?
morals?
We are definitely
Why
getting
would
into
you-
if I can just play this video, please. Yeah, we are definitely getting.
All right.
I don't give a shit about Biden. I don't give a shit about American politics.
Me neither.
It's about America.
This sets the context for why you shouldn't trust people like Doubting Thomas. That's all.
Like people like you that lied yesterday. Are you rewinding?
Did you want me to share it or?
Wildheart, blink twice if you can hear me.
It got quiet. What happened? No, I'm just kidding. I had you guys muted for a second. I see what you're talking about, DT.
Oh, sorry, yeah. Sorry, yeah, I forgot when I mute, it also stops the music. Yeah, sorry, we'll start that again. That's my fault. Sorry.
Just use StreamYards, Wildheart. You don't need OBS.
You claim you love America. Well, we love America.
Get it in.
Us back and you are making a sample out of us, and we are going to fall down the
Boy, this guy sounds angry. Angry black man.
Should we be put down and shot to death for this request? If so, you can aim your gun. What the hell do you think we care about dying if you're going to deny us the right to live?
This revolution is filled with so many irony. First you tell us that it is manly to keep your word. Right? If you are a man, keep your word. You told us that there is justice, equality for all in this country. Well, then stick to your word. And let us see the justice and equality for all. Or else admit to us that you're not a man. You're a word. You're afraid of us. You're afraid to give us equal status. You're afraid that if you give us equal ground, that we will match you and we will override you. And that's what you're afraid of us, then tell us that's what you're afraid of. It's all tokenism. We don't want tokenism. And yet, so every time we ask you for something, you give us a little piece, a little piece. You're playing games with us. We're not children. Well, big man, I've seen my father have to put up all kinds of stuff. When I ask him for anything, when I ask him for anything, all we want is what's ours. Our fathers didn't have the knowledge that we had. They had to do it. We know where we stand. We're not gonna sit for it. We're asking, and if we ask, if we don't get where we've had to stand up and take it. If I ask you, man, I tell a man I'm hungry. I tell him I'm cold. And I ask him to do something about my condition. And this man holds a loaf of bread right in front of me so I can see it. I keep asking him, I'm thanking him to please give me a slice of a loaf of bread. I'm hungry. Then it is known by every sight that the next step in the progression is I am going to knock him upside the head and take the bread from him. I'm not going to starve to death. All we're asking, no one wants to see blood, no one likes the smell of blood, no one wants war. Anyone who's been in war doesn't want war. Everyone knows what it is to see the inside of a man, the hanging out, to see your friends die, see relatives die. No one wants to regress back to the state of mind where you have to think it's all for the cause, therefore my mother has to die, my wife has to die, my brothers and sisters have to die. No one wants that. But you're pushing us to it. All they're doing is asking our fathers asked, our grandfathers asked. Now, we're just about out of patience. We're not going to ask anymore. We're not going to take it. We're not going to take sitting in rotten parks and places that just aren't fit for living. We're not going to take it. There's a limit to a man's patience, and everyone knows that God, Christ, heaven, everyone knows that what we're asking is not $1 billion. What we're asking for is humanity. We're asking to be allowed to live like human beings. God, you tell us that this is too much to ask. You're sick. You're definitely sick. How can you tell me that it's too much to ask to be a human?
Should we be put down and shot to death for this request?
Get In. That was pretty fucking funky. I like that.
A little heavy.
I thought the beat matched up, so Jill, that made me feel nostalgic.
Kind of muffled there.
Oh yeah, well your audio's a little like your mic's a little muffled.
Oh, yeah, that's probably a good thing.
That's better.
No, my computer. Yeah.
It's a little different from my usual beat stuff, but I was, I had the drum beat going. I started watching stuff. I'll lay that down on there. Sounds all right. Chop it up.
Yeah, that was cool. Right, I'm going to explain something now. And just before I do, I'm going to say I am not racist. But you know how the chat thing came about? I was on the stream this morning and they had the chat being read out, but after every message, it would say niggers after it. So that's what gave me the idea to do it.
What
Yeah.
chat was that?
I'll have to look it up actually. I forget. Oh, Faded Bones. I don't know if anyone's familiar.
No.
Faded Bones, he's called. He's like he smokes a lot of weed.
Black dude.
And I was amazed that he didn't get in trouble off YouTube for doing that. But
Is he a black
he'll
guy?
read out all the messages. He is a white guy, yeah.
Oh, he's a
Yeah.
white guy.
I don't think he's racist. Yeah, I think it's just kind of some kind of joke or something.
Well, I don't know because where I come from, if you go down some areas, there's white cats that are just as down as anybody else, and they're out there in the out there in the fucking hood, just claiming and saying and doing like everybody else does.
Yeah.
What's up, my niggas? It's just normal shit down there. It doesn't matter what color you are, really, if you're in that same area.
Whoa, PJ, you just dropped the N-word. You're gonna get Wild Heart's channel taken down.
Right.
Look at me on Midnight.
I didn't say hard R.
I know Midnight does it all the time to me. Oh my
To
god.
be fair, I did it first, and from what I got from the other stream, YouTube doesn't mind you using the word, and I said it first anyway. So yeah. But what I
It
was
should be in
thinking
the
of doing,
context. It should be in the context of how it's used.
yeah.
YouTube's like, that's our word.
Plus niggers in Greek and Aramaic doesn't mean the same thing, so it's fine. Yeah, but I was thinking of doing the same thing if I can figure out how, but putting "get in" at the end of, so it would read the comments out and then "get in." Do you know what I mean?
All right.
Yeah, but yeah, I'm gonna have to figure that out. But it is difficult because it just reads them as they come up. So if you're having a conversation, it just kind of interrupts everything. So I'm trying to work out whether it's worth doing it or just give it up as a bad job, because it does get annoying after it.
Yeah, I can see that after a while.
His love's like a hurricane. I am a tree, bending beneath the weight of his wind and mercy.
Oh,
And
Jill,
oh,
Jill, you
how
seem to be
he
in a-
loves us so. What's that?
you do seem to be like a musical. Do you seriously? Do you want to do a karaoke?
No. Okay, I don't do karaoke.
If he were to actually sing, he would give away his identity. We'd be like, "Oh my god, we can't believe that's who Jill is." Really? We would lose our minds. We'd be so flabbergasted. I've heard him sing
love
off
that
air. I
song.
actually have a recording of him singing off air.
Have you heard that song, David Crowder Band? It's called. He is
No one's
Jealous.
heard of that. No one's heard of that here.
How He Loves is the song. It's called How He Loves, and it's been written by David Crowder, the David Crowder Band. So it's all part of that Hillsong thing, but some people don't like Hillsong. They think they're too mystical, but I like their songs.
I'll check it
Welcome
out.
to your,
David Crowder.
welcome to your family.
David Crowder Band, yeah.
David Crowder Band. Cool. Always down for new stuff. Check it out.
Yeah, they say God's love is like a hurricane, so I guess he's evil.
You certainly rocked me.
Oh no, evil! Look at God, hurricane. Let's get
Yeah,
him.
and
Pittsburgh.
it's amazing what a bad shot God is. You know, when people say
Yeah.
that he sends hurricanes and like typhoons and stuff to get rid of
Right.
gay people. Yeah, when Katrina happened and he totally missed all the gay parts of town. Like everywhere else got destroyed except the fucking gay parts.
You talking about Bourbon
He's just a
Street?
bad shot. Yeah, he's just a bad shot.
Yeah. My pastor actually said that. He said that this hurricane was definitely not from God because he if it was from God, he would have wiped out Bourbon Street first. So, yeah, I remember that.
He was just throwing Christians a curveball in their face. Like, let me fuck with them a little.
You know how they're hurting like all the druggies to what's it that state? Oregon, and they're hurting all the homeless to California and all this. They should just herd like all the trans and gays to Tornado Alley, right at the end of bottom of Texas all the way up to the middle of Illinois. Just put them all there. Just line them up.
Yeah, right.
Just wait. Give them incentives.
I also like that as well. Whenever a hurricane hits or something, and a town is totally destroyed, and they find one house again totally destroyed, but there's like a nightstand with a Bible on, and they say this is a miracle, this is a sign sent from God. He destroyed the entire city, but there's one nightstand with a Bible left on it.
Remember that?
Miracle
Remember when
answers.
they fired that, or when there was that fire or something? It was like a fire, and all the houses were wiped out except for the blue houses.
Oh, Hawaii.
Oh, did you remember that?
Yeah, that was in Hawaii. As a certain
Hawaii, yeah, except for the blue houses, and they were saying that this was definitely like some sort of laser or.
It is. Well, it's not that it is, but in the spectrum of lasering, when you laser certain blues, and it's actually called Mother Mary blue, the laser will reflect right back, and it won't penetrate or advance into that material whatsoever. So they're trying to say because the blues that were surviving, it had to be some type of a laser that was dropped down from the sky to start these fires. And then you have them associating that with what they have right now. They could actually cause particles through a laser beam in the sky through a satellite down on Earth that will cause the particles in the air to cause lightning strikes to follow that laser beam directly to the ground. And they already proven and tested that. So they could do that. So they're associating that with Hawaii, and then Oprah and the government, all the conspiracy stuff comes in. And they're trying to take over the
It
profit.
is Oprah. Yeah, I can.
Oprah.
Oprah's all Oprah.
Well, look, guys, paint your house white, paint your roofs blue, because 2024 is coming. Trump is coming. They're going to be upset, especially with the red states. They're going to try to come after us and create all types of crazy things, weather and anomalies with their weaponry.
Why can't we just make a new America without any presidents and be like, you know what, we're done with democracy or republic or whatever the hell it's called, and we're just gonna call it Fortnite, and it's gonna be Fortnite rules.
How about America with only Christians?
That would not be a good place because there's a
That's
lot
how
of
it
fucking
started.
dumb people. No offense to Christians out there.
That's how we got to this point. Yeah.
There's also a good, decent portion of smart. Maybe the smart ones counterbalance the dumb ones.
Why not go the whole hog? If you're going to get rid of democracy, why not just, The alternative, I suppose, is a theocracy or communism or something.
America's not a democracy; it's a republic.
Yeah, I think democracy
Actually,
is a bad set of options. You know what I mean?
I was gonna say the better term is a sham.
Well, let's close the border so that our sham can be enclosed. So no one else can come into our sham.
Close the shells, boys.
Let's at
Don't
least
let any
close
of
the
those
border.
brownies in.
No brownies, no yellows, nothing.
Nothing at all.
Like what Jesse Lee Peters said, we need more white babies.
I'm not sure what you're so worried about if God is in control.
Constant control of salvation. That's all he cares about.
God is in
I thought I was
control.
being,
Jesus Christ, that was it.
sorry, I thought I was being racist by saying
Okay.
niggers, but I think Jill's just outdone me with the black and yellow people. from me. Yeah.
None of them. No illegal. How about this? No illegal brown, yellow. So I'm not discriminating. No illegal white, brown, or yellows for at least 10 years. Can we do that? Can we work
What about
on
blacks?
this country?
What about blacks and reds?
There are no such thing as black people. You racist.
Okay. What about red? What about red people?
That's no way to talk to Indian people like that.
Well, I have to nip out for 5 minutes, so I'll be right back. If anyone wants to, shut Jill up or put him backstage, or, oh yeah, PJ, you should be mod on this channel. I'm back on my old channel as well.
All
So
right.
yeah, if you want to meet Jill or put him backstage or kick him out,
Oh, actually, I have to log in. I'm in my V channel.
Why don't you make me a mod
on the plastic channel to have mods?
All right.
You'd kill us all with power, Joe. If you
You made me a mod already. I have a wrench.
Oh,
no,
that
I'm StreamYard.
Oh, StreamYard.
Is that a mistake? Is that a
No,
mistake?
no. Yeah, no, I'll make everyone mod. Everyone that I know. Anyway. Yeah. Yeah, it's a fault of mine. Yeah, so I'll just have to switch you with Jill. I'll be right back.
It just makes you special.
It's no fun when everyone has a wrench. You can't put anyone in timeout. It's no fun.
Mm-hmm.
The atheist can't
You're not
use his
special
power.
then, are you?
The atheist can't use his authority since he has none in his own house. He comes on YouTube, puts people in timeout.
You know what's sad, Jill, is
You
people
can
time
delegate authority.
people time
Go ahead,
you
John.
out or are mean to you because like you're a liar, 2 you're
Oh.
rude, and
Oh
3
my
you're
goodness.
stupid.
Oh, my heart. My heart.
This is the worst.
Trifecta.
It's coming from people who voted for a man who molested his own daughter, according to his own daughter. So now I don't have any respect for these people's opinions anymore. Not after COVID. Certainly not after COVID.
Well, hold up. Was it a complaint or was it a compliment? That's dirty.
Jesus would call that a compliment if it comes from people like
Oh,
Dalai
Jesus
Thomas.
Christ.
He would say that's a compliment.
People like his daughter.
They hated me first. Yeah. So every time I bring that up, I either get timed out or
You know why they hated Jesus?
they
first?
can't face those facts. Like, and
He
this
was a
isn't
party
coming from
pooper.
an actual Trump supporter,
Oh,
it's coming from his
biblical
actual
facts.
daughter.
Oh no! Oh, I can't face the biblical facts. Oh no!
No, you can't face the facts about your president. That's what you can't face.
No,
You're gonna
can't
go
face the
vote for him
presidential
again.
facts. Oh,
Hold on,
no,
Jill,
I can't
Jill,
face it.
hold up,
You're
Jill.
gonna go vote
When
for
you
him
say
again.
when you say about your president, you do mean about our president, right?
Unfortunately,
Okay, just making
Not
sure
for long.
you didn't lose your mind. Okay.
not for long.
I mean, I know you're lost.
Well,
your
no,
mind,
I
but-
would say he did not win. So I would say he's
Then
illegitimate.
Jill can,
But
then Jill
he's
can
been
stream again.
unfortunately elevated to president. But the thing is that these people still support him after all of this has come out about him. After his daughter wrote in her diary what he did, they still
just like
supporting him,
Anne Frank.
still defending him. So that means that they're sick in the head. That's what I've
Is it-
concluded, and that nothing they
is it-
say corresponds to
I have-
reality. Nothing they say even responds.
I have
even
one-
even
I have
even
one question.
it even requires a response. So like his question he has now will not require a response because he supports a man
No
whose own daughter
obligation.
accused him of
Hashtag.
fondling her in the shower. So
Has
that, to
anyone
me,
here today said anything
that's-
about
and
Biden
that's in her
other than
own-
you, whether
that's in
in
her
support
own diary,
or
by the
denial
way.
of?
So that's
Thank
not
you.
coming from the Republican MAGA supporters. Like all of their accusations are coming from Democrats. That's coming from his own daughter. So there you
Mhm.
go. So go vote early, DT. Make sure you vote early and often.
Is
Scout
anybody
back.
here refuting that? Anybody here say anything about Biden today besides you, Jill? Anybody?
I don't know if I care enough to refute it. I care enough to
no,
agree with it just for shits and giggles. Like,
well,
sure.
like one thing is, I know in certain states, child abuse, especially in sexual nature, holds no statutes in time as long as there's evidence to be said. So in certain cases, if something like this pops up, like let's say on somebody that's out there, they'll bring it up, drag them down, and pull them for it. So, and in certain abuse cases, the state will take precedence over what is going to be condemned or deemed as guilty or not. You know how somebody will say like, "Oh, I don't want to press charges." Well, the state will press charges on certain abuses. It comes to domestic and child abuse. So it in a way, Jill is correct. It's sick. That's the way it works.
Well, it's not like he made a mistake with his own daughter. He's still doing it to this day. We have him on camera groping little girls to this day. So this
Can't
isn't
argue with
something
that.
that he stopped doing and something that he's not going to stop doing. So why would you support a man and put a
Jill,
man in that position that has that issue? He needs to
have
be
you-
in a home somewhere or in a prison somewhere where people can watch him where he's not around children. He doesn't
Well,
need to
I
be
mean,
president of the United States.
people are already watching him grope children, so why aren't they just pulling him away? Just saying shit.
Well, no, we can't do that.
You can't just pull the president away from fucking being horny with a child.
Well,
Mr.
the thing is,
President, put that away,
the thing is,
sir.
these sick
Mr.
people-
This is not the time for weapons of mass destruction, Mr.
These
President.
sick people are actually handing their children over to this. That's the sick part.
Yeah,
These people are a drag to our society.
What do you mean handing in their own children? It's his own fucking daughter, you fucking dense fuck.
We don't need these people in any positions of authority. Whether it be schools, whether it be government, we need to vote these people out. Now, they prevented us from doing that last time. Let's see how many fake ballots they can create. It won't. There won't be enough fake ballots that they can create this time. That's how overwhelming the Trump votes will be. They won't be able to create or print ballots like they did in Georgia for Biden only ballots. They won't be able to do enough of those. So they're going to have to find another way to steal it this time. I'm curious to see how they're going to do it this time.
I won't
How they're
lie.
gonna try to do it.
If someone offered me money for my vote, I might just fucking give my vote if someone gave me money.
$100. Yeah, they
No,
offered me
more.
$100.
I'd do more.
Some
I'd do, like,
Democratic
a lot more.
plant offered me $100 to vote for Biden last time. I should have reported them.
We should
Yeah,
start an
these people are
organization called like Pay for Vote. I'm just as wicked, so I need to make a profit like the good little long nose I am. So like, yeah,
I want
freaking.
$50 million in a cabinet position.
No, I just want my little check mark to do however they want in power. And I just want enough for like a down payment on the house. See, I'm not greedy. Yeah, I just want just enough. I'm an honest thief, you see.
Well, if they buy you, that means they own you, Todd.
They can own me for the night, but I'll fucking own them for the rest of their life because they fucking won't forget the night they dealt dirty with me.
That's what the Mormon church does. They set you up with a wife, and then they buy you a home, and they pay for the home, the mortgage on the home.
Are you talking
And
from
if
experience, Jill? Did you marry some poor Moor?
No. And if you turn on them in any way, they disfellowship
castrated,
you.
yeah, ostracized.
That's
That's it for
interesting.
your house.
Blacklisted. That's the word.
I have
Or if you don't
Mormons in
produce
my
enough daughters for them.
family, and the church. Is this for all Mormons? I have Mormons in my family, and they earned
No,
the
it may
down
not be
payment
for
for their
all
house.
Mormons.
The church didn't buy their house or give them a wife.
Okay. So maybe that's the case for them.
Huh.
May not be the case for
Okay.
every Mormon.
Maybe he's talking about the Mormons that
Right.
were like the touchy Mormons, because they were trying to keep it secret. So they cushioned the position to keep your mouth fucking shut.
Or you're talking more
Who
like a
knows?
networking
Maybe.
system where those things are made more available and abundant, easier for people in that church because it's like networking does. It gets you into places and things you can get, like becoming a Freemason.
And also the plus side of things, charity is a good thing. Again, also Freemasons, charity has its value. Charity is love, going back to the Bible.
It's
Well,
Jesus.
Freemasons not only give you a house, they give you your own bank.
Yeah.
That's some real Jew shit. Fuck that. I want to be a goblin for the rest of my life. Yes, Mr. Potter.
Well, they tell you the
You collect
secrets
your
of the
coins.
Jew, so you can have the power of the Jew, which is usually, you know, you want to save a certain percentage. You want to handle things like that.
If
In the
you
same way, a
Google,
Mason is structured a discipline in maths. It lays
I
out
just
structured
Well,
life.
if
I
it's
just
structured in
Googled
math,
the
it's just Pythagorean. So that's pretty
It
much
has
just
a
all you
lot to
need to
do with
know.
it. It's all maths. Everything's numbers. Everything's moving. Everything's in
Well,
flux.
yeah, Jewish had
you
people have
can
numbers.
Google
Jesus had his numbers.
LDS. You
Math
can Google
is
LDS Church, and there's testimonies of individuals. Now, I just Googled this LDS Church
Guys, I'm gonna go to bed. Good night. It's pretty
Yeah,
late
dude.
for
with
me.
bills, mortgages.
Good night, Todd.
So what they'll do is they'll set you up, and then they'll start paying, and then you can't afford it on your own. You would have never bought that house on your own. And then they no longer will assist you, quote unquote, once you turn on them. So you should never let anyone purchase your home. Okay.
That's horrible.
Yes, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, or really the Church of Satan, can provide mortgage, rent, utilities, and other basic needs assistance for both members and parishioners. Or
I wonder.
so it's done on the
Geez.
local level.
Wow, does the Christian church provide assistance for its members?
Not my church, no. Not mortgage assistance, no. I mean, if someone comes and says, "Hey, I need," but they're not going to sustain your mortgage and keep paying it every month. No, that's not it. That's not happening.
You might just be an exception to the rule then. That's all.
Yeah,
It also
the Church of
depends.
Latter-day Saints owns you basically. If they're feeding you and paying you each month, it's like welfare almost. You know,
It depends on the church and the pastor and who's
Exactly.
asking. Also, like give you an example. There's a guy named Jerry back here. He's a semi-homeless guy, lives in this shamby ass, you know, thing. He goes down to church. He tells me, I listen to all the people around here. Goes down to church. He'll give him some food. They'll give him, you know, a couple of things, but they won't help him out. They paid his water bill a couple of times, you know, but they want him to attend church and this and that. Now there's a chick that lives across the street over here. I don't know her name, but she's an older lady, but she's, you know, kind of slanky. Pastor pays her rent. Pastor got her a car. What's going on there, right? Schopenhauer. It depends on the person and the attraction and the.
Atheists would never do that.
And
the goal of welfare is to help you, support you until you're able to support yourself, not to enable you.
Sounds like what you just described about the Mormon Church to a T.
The welfare state.
Yeah. Well, welfare got out of hand for a while. I know many people that were on welfare. You know, my sister was one of them. She'll have a baby just to get a raise. You know what I'm saying? She'd wait to get pregnant. She get another couple grand a month. And you know, it's funny as hell because when her kids turned 18, that bitch money ran out. She had to get a job. But yeah, a lot of people ride that system. Where I grew up, just about everybody rides that system. What you going to work for, man? Just chill out here. Just drink some 40s with us. Nah, that ain't me. First of the month. Remember that one?
Keep me a 40.
Wake up, get up.
What's that?
The song "First of the Month" by Bones, Thugs and Harmony. Yeah. Wake up. It's the first of the month. Everybody get up. That's the way it was. And my sister, everybody waiting by the mailbox right there. Did it come yet? The mail come yet? Yeah, get some. Money's gone by the end of the week. Then they're borrowing money because they didn't pay their freaking bills. Yeah, they come to my job. Hey, Vic, I borrow like $50. Shit. Off.
Oh boy.
Why you got a job, man?
Dog had to go to bed, Wilder.
Cheers, ET. Good to see you. Yeah. Good rest.
No, I said Tog.
Tog had to go.
Go to bed. He said good night.
Right. Rest well, Tog. Although, obviously, you can't hear me. But we're in trouble now because Richard Madsen is here.
Oh, right on.
Oh, yeah.
Peace
I've
and
got
Peace
a
be
respect,
with you,
gentlemen.
Richard Madsen.
Peace be with you as well.
Peace, man. I've got a feeling I'm going to get my ass kicked now. I don't know.
For what?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, just a sinking feeling came over me. I don't know what I've done wrong, but I'm sure I've done something wrong.
I'm not here for that. I want to edify people.
Or maybe you can help. Or I don't know whether to go back into it or not. You know
Your
the
show,
God is
bro.
love. Yeah, I will do then. You know the God is love thing. Lots of Christians said that God is love, but the Bible defines God. I'll not go with the jealous thing because that's a bit ropey. I'll go with the God does keep a record of wrongs. In order to judge people, he must do. Love does not keep a record of wrongs. Ergo, God cannot be love. Does that does that seem like a sensible, like straightforward, plain argument? I mean, you can argue with it, but do you understand the premises?
Yes. I
Right.
think I understand.
You're the first Christian. Oh, sorry. I know you don't like to be called a Christian, but you're the first
No, it's
theist.
fine.
Yeah, you're the first theist that has even, as far as I can tell, understood the argument. They go back to changing the name of. Well, it started off with jealousy. They have to go to the Greek, then the Hebrew, and well, jealous doesn't really mean jealous, and well, it's a good kind of jealous. So you understand the argument, basically.
Sure.
It's really, yeah. Thank God.
Of course, there's always the possibility that I'm misunderstanding you and I'll need corrected.
Yeah.
There's always that possibility. You'll tell me. Okay. All right. So, where in the Bible does it say that God is the judge instead of the Father is the judge? Where's
Right.
that?
Yeah, this could be another difficulty you're going to have to walk me through.
Okay.
Can you?
I don't know. Where does it say that in the Bible, Richard?
It doesn't. That's my
You're
point.
asking Wildheart
Okay.
that question? Oh.
Wildheart has read the Bible.
Oh, right. Wildheart. Can you answer that question?
No, because from my Catholic upbringing, I agree with Richard. I do conflate God with the Father. I was going to ask him for clarification as to what the difference is. I know we've been over it before, but I admit that I do think of them as the same thing, which is I realise is my misunderstanding. But
All right. The answer is Isaiah 64. Richard, Isaiah 64. So ask a Christian next time instead of Wildheart or Don Thomas.
Okay, so because the Father acts as God, it's normal in Christianity to say the Father is God. Of course, they'll say Jesus is God and the Holy Spirit is God, and it gets pretty damn confusing pretty quick.
No, it says that the Lord is our Father in Isaiah 64. Also, 1 John chapter 3. So you haven't talked to enough Christians.
Problem.
Yeah, you haven't spoken to enough Christians. That's your problem.
Thank you. Thank you
So
so
your
much.
religion is based off of what we call conjecture.
cheers, Joe.
Thank you so much for entering into a conversation you weren't invited into.
I know, because you've made sure to target only people who can't answer those questions, those types of deceptive questions. Yeah.
Jill, you make my point that you're conflating the Father and God.
So did 1 John and so did Isaiah. They considered them to be synonymous.
Okay, I don't want to get into the fundamentals of what bias means. And
You said where in the Bible, sir? I gave you two
Yes.
instances, old and new.
yes, I understand.
Are
that
Christians conflating the two, or did the originators, the ones who created the religion, did they conflate the two?
Okay, Jill, can I finish the sentence? I'm trying to be nice to you. Okay, so I understand what bias. So I understand what bias means. It seems that you're exercising bias and not recognizing your own biases.
Okay. Did the authors of the text have a bias when they conflated the Lord and Father? Or do Christians have a bias later?
Again, you're not recognizing your own bias and you're assuming you have the correct reading frame.
He's dancing. I'm shooting my 45 at his feet.
Do you understand what I'm saying? Do you understand the words that are coming out of my
It's
mouth?
not. No, do you understand what I'm saying? It's not our bias. It comes from the scripture. So
And
you're
you read that-
you're lying and saying Christians have a bias. Of course we have a bias. It's coming from the text itself.
Okay, and
that's
you read
what
that
the text
text
itself. Christians
read
don't
that
have, and they didn't make this up ad hoc like you're making up your religion.
Okay.
Yet,
Are you
Lord, you are our Father.
Just let me know.
We
when
are
you're-
the clay, you are our potter. We are the work of your hands. First John says that the love of the Father has given us, or see what the love of the Father has given us. So this is speaking of God. John is speaking about God, that we should be called children of God. And that is what we are.
Yes.
So
of
the
course.
Father and God are synonymous in Scripture.
Then why didn't he say God and not the Father?
They're synonymous. They're used interchangeably. See what the love of God has given us. You can use them interchangeably.
You're
God is synonymous with the
You're
Father
biased.
in Scripture.
Your
Yet
bias is
Lord,
gone.
Yahweh, yet Lord, you are our Father. Doesn't get any more plain than Isaiah 64. Yet Yahweh, you are our Father. So they're synonymous. They're the same.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much for that very, very standard opinion.
Thank you very much. Isaiah's opinion counts. Yours does not. Sorry to inform you.
So my opinion
Sorry,
does
Richard.
count because you don't agree.
Your opinion doesn't count because it misrepresents the text and suggests that Christians have some sort of bias that they formulated in their head when
Joe,
all they're
can I be
doing is
allowed to give
respecting
him the wrong answer despite what you believe? Could that be okay?
It's not okay to lie and say Christians have a
I'm not
bias
lying.
if they're making up these
Well-
issues or these texts or these concepts. They're not. They're
No,
getting them
well,
from Scripture.
To
I
be
understand
fair,
how you read it.
Joe.
to be fair,
How
Jill,
I read it. 64. How I
to be
read
fair,
it.
Jill,
You,
Jill.
Yahweh, are our Father. How do you read
Jill,
that? Tell us how you
Jill.
read that.
Jill, do you ever just are you like this at home? Are you like this with your wife? Do you
No.
always
No
talk
need
over
to.
people
No need
and
to.
never stop talking?
And yet he
Each
whines and cries when he gets interrupted. Yet he constantly interrupts people. It's
Well, that's
hilarious.
why he gets interrupted.
It's just when you think he stopped, and he goes on for
Yeah,
another 20
yeah.
minutes. It's really, really annoying.
I
Well, anyway,
You're
yeah.
interrupting me, sir. Why are you interrupting me, sir?
But anyway, no, to get back to the point, I was asking Richard about his opinion and why he thinks Christians conflate God with the Father. So it's perfectly valid for him to answer because I was asking for his opinion, not yours, Jill. Do you know what I mean?
Thank you for that. Okay,
Go ahead.
so if we don't conflate the Father and God, even though the Father acts as God, it doesn't make him God. Just like if I act like a good United States citizen, I am not the United States. Okay? In that same way. Excuse me. So the Father is the judge and he does keep records. However, records can be expunged. Does that answer it?
It does, yeah, but then I have a further question. Even if the records are expunged at one point, the Bible does say that love does not keep a record of wrongs.
Right.
So if God kept a record of wrongs at any point in history,
True.
when it says that God does keep a record of wrongs and love does not keep a record of wrongs, there's still a conflict there. Do you know what I mean?
No, only if you continue to conflate a living being with a set of immaterial constructs. The immaterial constructs literally cannot keep a record. They don't have a mind.
Right. Okay. So you're saying God does
The
not
Father
keep,
keeps.
sorry. So you're saying that God doesn't keep a record of wrongs, and God never has kept a record of wrongs, because it would be impossible for a set of values to keep a record of wrongs.
Yes.
That's fine.
It's literally impossible.
Yeah. That would.
However, you and I, let's say you did me dirty. You did something wrong to me.
Yeah.
But I find out later that you did it in innocence, in ignorance, and you didn't mean to do me any unkindness.
Hmm.
And then I just let that go. See, I have kept a record of wrongs, right? But
Yeah.
then forgiveness happened as well because of understanding. This is something that minds do. This is something that humans do all the time, or at least they're capable of it. So there's no surprise in Jesus or the Father being able to do this. However, the Constitution of the United States, or whatever country and whatever you call it, is a set of standards for that society, but it doesn't know anything about, but yet it still makes demands. And it needs to be understood, and it's the highest thing of the land, such as Yahweh in heaven.
Right. So God does not keep a record of wrongs.
True.
So what about the Father? Does the Father keep a record of wrongs?
Of course.
Right, which would match up with what you're saying about Christians.
Well, you have to judge something. You have to.
Yeah, that is my point exactly. Yeah.
No, that you're being completely strictly logical. I agree completely.
Yeah.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah, welcome here. Go DC. Yeah.
Wildheart, what Richard is saying is God and the Father are two different things.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wildheart, do you want to share my screen? I just want to show you the.
So
if
the Father, if the Father keeps a record of wrongs and God does not, God can still be love.
Yeah, that would make sense. But then you got the added complication of Jill disagreeing with Richard about God. Jill is saying that God is the Father.
Yeah,
So
let me show you that. It's not my opinion, however. He's giving you your opinion, his opinion, as he admitted. Share my screen. I want to show you the Hebrew.
One sec, if I can just explain it. So Richard explained it well, and that gets him out of the problem from his point of view, from what he believes. That's fine. He doesn't get Jill out of the problem because Jill is saying that God is the Father, so the problem still stands.
For Jill.
He is saying that God does keep.
God is not love.
Yeah, therefore God is not love.
Well, you know, when something's contradictory within itself, it can't be held as true. But somehow people will do that through some kind of cognitive dissonance or something.
Ergo Jill.
Let me know when you're ready to share. If not, then I'll be right back. You're not.
No, I'll share it in a minute. But that is
all right. I'll be back then. Don't share it yet. I'll be back. I'll let you know when I'm back.
All right, go away.
On, Jill.
Go away.
Okay, here's the Hebrew. Okay.
I don't want you to go away and cry in a corner for 20
So here's the Hebrew. But now, O Lord, Yahweh, you are our Father. So the Isaiah, the prophets, they all taught that Yahweh was their Father. So God, Yahweh, and the Father are synonymous according to the text. Okay, so it's not something we made up.
You just made a leap.
I'll be right
Yahweh
back. I
is
just wanted to
God.
show you the Hebrew. I just wanted to show you.
You just made a leap. You just made a leap that Yahweh is God.
You would
and
have
all
to
you
show
did was
that.
say Yahweh is God. Just your opinion.
But every time someone shows us scripture, what they're really doing is just revealing their reading frame for understanding. And it's more than once in the text. For instance, in the case of Aaron and Moses, Moses says, I am slow of speech, a voice from heaven, call it what you will. says, well, then Aaron can speak for you, and to him you will be God. Does that make Moses God? No Christian would think that Moses is God. Yet when the Father does the same thing for the Son, they think that the Father is God.
Yeah. So God in that context would just be someone who has more information or understanding than you.
Right, as a teacher. Like if I know machining and you know plastering, right? Which is the case. And I have a question, about plastering, something that's not working out well for me. And I come to you and I say, David, what am I doing wrong? This is what I'm doing. And you say, well, it's obvious to me that this, and this, right? So try doing those things and see if it works better, right? In that moment, you are the plaster god.
Yeah.
Okay. That's all it's saying.
Yeah.
But don't most Christians believe that God is the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit all rolled up into one?
Yes, that's professed in the Trinity and Trinitarian belief, which I believe is greatly misunderstood, but is rational, can be rational, in that anyone who perfectly adheres to Yahweh is acting as God. And since Yahweh, a set, does not interact with reality, just like the Constitution is just a, it's a document. It doesn't like pick things up. It doesn't write laws. It doesn't do these things. It takes, a constitutional lawyer and constitutional judges and such to act on reality based on it. And in like manner, the Father, the Son, any angel, archangel, angel of God, are all representatives of Yahweh and can be called, when perfectly adhering, can be called Yahweh, which is what Jill was giving examples of. Now, does that make a constitutional lawyer the Constitution? Well, that's just silly.
Yeah. That all makes sense, but can you understand how difficult it is for me as an atheist to... Like, I have one argument against Jill, who believes that God does keep a record of wrongs. And then what you said makes sense from your point of view, but then that would change the argument, and the argument doesn't work again. Can you understand? Like, I could talk to 10 Christians, and I would have to change the argument 10 different times, depending on what they believe. It's not...
Quite possibly, yeah. But your base argument is going to work against most, or work for most Christians. It is.
Yeah. But then there's a difference between the argument working against them and them either realizing that... I think on some level they do agree with the argument, although they would never say it. But it's the mental gymnastics that they have to go through. And I don't want to bring up Tog again because he's not here to defend himself. But like the rabbit holes we were going down, and Jill as well. Like, oh yeah, God is love, and God doesn't keep a record of wrongs. No, God does keep a record of wrongs, but
love doesn't. But he's still love, right?
Yeah.
But why? But why does he? Why does he keep a record? How does he judge? All kinds of fucking rabbit holes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. But you see, it's not that complicated, and it's not necessary for me, because I don't have to accept these contradictory ideas as being one thing.
Yeah. But do you think they do it on a conscious level?
Somewhat. I think I'm suspicious of. We're getting echo through you, baby.
Oh, sorry.
I'm suspicious of the same thing that you pointed out, Wildheart, that because of tradition and the way they have to read it in whatever Christian sect they think is most accurate or quote unquote true, it causes them to say, oh, this rationale, this rationale, this rationale. But somewhere in their psyche, being a normally operating human being, they must realize they're compartmentalizing this, and they wouldn't use this same logic anywhere else in life.
Yeah, but it just really confuses me with like someone like Tog. I know that Tog is like a great guy and very honest, so I can't understand. It must be like on a subconscious level why he goes down all these and tries to justify it to himself and goes down all these rabbit holes and changes the argument. Because I know he can't be doing that consciously. Because
Let
I
me turn
believe
that around on you. Let me
Yeah.
turn that around on you, and maybe I think, at least I think, this may explain why.
Yeah.
Okay, let's say that you had a child, and the
Yeah.
child is just a spitting image of you,
Yeah.
right? And you see a bully on the playground, and the bully is attacking your son.
Yeah.
There's something that happens deep within you, something emotional that happens, and cognitive things that happen, and you want to defend your son. So maybe you take him, you start teaching him self-defense moves, you take him to martial arts classes, whatever's necessary. You're going to defend him, right? If you can't beat up the bully yourself, you're going to teach him how to beat up a bully, right?
Yeah.
Because you see yourself in your child, right?
Right.
I think in the same way, since they're inventing God, it's part of them that they're defending.
Yeah.
So they have that kind of an emotional. The rationale doesn't matter. Maybe my son is a whiny little wimp who needs beat up.
Yeah.
But I don't want to accept that.
Yeah, but they never. Yeah, like I said, they
Yeah,
never
and
done that.
it's important to understand, Walhart, that when you're reading scripture and God is giving an instruction for humans and how they should interact, meaning they shouldn't judge, but he judges, right? So that's to be understood in the context in which the statements are given. So what the atheist is not really successful when they're up against someone like myself, but what they're successful in doing is pulling those statements out of context and saying, look, they contradict. Richard Mattson is a master at this. All right. So when you're talking about human beings, can I finish? No one cut you off while you were talking. When you're talking about human beings, you're not the judge, but God does judge. So when you're talking about human beings, you're not supposed to keep records of wrongs, but God is not a human being. God does keep records of wrongs. So love and judgment are two different things. They're not opposites. They can exist together.
No, but that's again, you're doing what we just talked about, saying that God is not
love.
Mhm.
Yes,
right. You're pulling those statements out of the context in which they're given.
But it
the
doesn't
context
matter.
is humans should not
Jill-
keep records of wrong with other humans. That's
No,
the context.
No, the context is the Bible says God does not keep a record of wrong. It doesn't mention humans. It
The
doesn't matter.
Bible says no. It does mention humans in the text itself. Did you want to read it? Did you want to read it?
Well,
together?
sorry. Yeah. No, sorry.
All right.
I got.
I'll be back. And
Yeah.
I'll read the text. I'll pull it up for you, and we'll read what
Yeah,
the text actually says in context. Okay, I'll be right
Jill-
back. When I come back,
Jill-
we'll do that together. All right.
Does he ever show
Okay.
up?
Don't let the atheist pull text out of context. The Bible
he
says.
just
the Bible
comes
says.
in and fucking rambles and then leaves for 5 minutes and comes back and fucking rambles some more.
Next
Give me
time,
a-
say it like the Terminator. It'll be more entertaining.
Give me a shout when you get back. But I did get it
Am I still
wrong.
echoing?
I did get it wrong. Oh no, you're fine now. I think. But I did get it wrong. It's love does not keep a record of wrongs. God does keep a record of wrongs. And Jill just admitted that God judges people. In order to judge people, you necessarily have to keep a record of wrongs. So it doesn't matter whether humans keep a record of wrongs. Again, another rabbit hole that has nothing to do with the argument. That's what I was saying.
I think to round it out, you'd have to say to bring it full circle and complete it. You also need to include that God doesn't change, because Jill just counted on modalism to escape.
Right. Yeah, if you can explain. I've never understood modalism. I know it's kind of logic.
Like God puts on the mask Jesus Christ. God puts on the mask the Father. God puts on the mask love. God puts on the mask judge. That's a modalism heresy.
Right. But to broaden it out further, I genuinely don't understand what modalism is. Could you, apart from the God argument, could you just explain to me what modalism is? So.
Okay. God is just and loving and cares for his children. Drown everyone in a flood. There you go. Modalism.
Right. So modalism is something that's what, like self-contradictory, or does it make sense?
It's like saying that Yahweh has extreme schizophrenia.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which of course makes the text contradict itself and cannot be the correct reading frame and value the text. It's like if Harry Potter was, on the good team and also not secretly, he was also openly on every bad team. In fact, he's on every team in the school and everybody knows it, but no character seems to recognize it, but he just does whatever the hell he wants when he wants to do it.
Yeah, that's like every sports team ever. Like, especially in America, I imagine every sports team, like in American football or something, they all have their supporters praying for the team, but that's never going to work because someone.
No, it's worse than that. It's like if the number one quarterback in the league, sometimes he shows up, he's on one team, sometimes he shows up, he's on this other team.
Yeah.
That just doesn't, you can't figure out what team he's on.
Yeah.
And that's William Freeman's problem with Old Testament Yahweh, is that very thing.
Yeah.
And it's a good point, but it only works in a Christian reading frame.
Yeah.
Like, certainly if you
God
could
is
suggest
every
something that's
team.
logic, God's on every team. Sure looks like it.
No, God is every team.
God is
Not all
every team. Gotcha. When oh shoot, that really threw me because you're funny. Crap.
William Freeman, Christian reading frame.
Yeah. The demiurge, the all powerful, but apparently at times immoral, and certainly if you can logically come up with a loving way to fix a situation rather than a way that kills innocent people, then you should do it that way, obviously, for obvious reasons. I mean, within the ought, humans should live within that ought, So, then you got Gio who looks things up.
Plus, like according to the text, right? The unchanging God is angered by his own creation, which caused him to commit genocide in the first place, right?
Right.
Yeah.
That's how Christians read it. That makes no sense.
Yeah, it actually says that God is all powerful, all knowing, and yet he regrets something. So he knew every action he would take. He knew what was going to happen, and yet he regrets something. That is logically impossible, surely.
That's actually, I believe, David, a translation problem where we're reading. Okay, first of all, that language changes within just a few generations and can change drastically.
Yeah.
You already know that.
Yeah.
In fact, I can't even keep up with what's going on the internet and the way they're using words half the time, the young folks. But certainly in say from 1610 until now, they looked at those same words. We look at those same words differently than they did.
Yeah.
Right. So they did a good job of translating at the time with the language that was being used, but we're not using it the same way anymore. I'll give you a quick, for instance. Take the Lord's name in vain. Well, take in our vocabulary, in our lexicon, is something like to steal something away and maybe put it in storage. You took it, right? But the way they used take meant to carry it with you at all times.
Right.
Okay, it's still basically the same idea, but you don't put it in storage, it's with you. So taking the Lord's name in vain means to carry it with you all the time. Like it's obvious in your life. Other people know that you're carrying it around. Okay?
Yeah.
And then vanity, we still use vanity basically the same way, for personal gain or to make yourself look good in a community or for street credit, whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, but that would turn out different in our language than it did then. Okay. Well, you're talking about one of those problems.
So what specifically is the translation problem when it says that God regrets doing something? Are you saying that the word regret means something, or they meant something different by it? Do you know that?
Regret's a modern translation.
Yeah.
Okay. And repented is how it turns out earlier, say in the King James.
Yeah.
I think it turns out repented. Okay. But it just means to change your mind.
Which is another problem. I know probably not for you, but for most Christians, if God is unchanging, how can God change his mind? That is by definition.
Right. Well,
changing.
God is unchanging, but the Father does decide things. He does change his mind. So say he said man's going to be on the earth. Then you have man on the earth. Then he says time to take man off the earth. He just repented.
All right, Wildheart, I'm
Doesn't
back.
this imply that people have the power to influence God then? People,
yes,
the actions of people influence God's changing his mind, changing his emotions.
A righteous prayer life accomplishes a lot. That's a paraphrase, but you get the idea. That's in the Bible.
Okay, Wildheart, are you ready to share my screen? I want to show you the context in which this passage is
not yet.
Not yet. Okay, I'll be back.
Not yet. All right.
Wait, is that all it takes? Is the host just says not yet, and that's it?
Yeah,
it's amazing.
Very,
what a power!
He's very
problem solved.
Yeah. Come back in 20 minutes, Joe. We'll be on the phone. Welcome, Spooky Better. Good to see you. And I forgot the other thing I was going to say.
I never said peace and respect to everybody in the side chat. Because, and here's why, David, I think that you are on a cusp of realization.
Yeah.
And I want to help you through that.
Yeah, it's about time.
by saying, what makes sense to us right now? What seems the most rational, plausible answer to whatever conundrum?
Yeah.
And I've been through a lot of that in my past decade. So I think I can help other people get through it too. I'm not saying become a religious freak. I would not want you to become a religious person. I think that a lot of religious people they've somehow learned how to not think correctly.
Mm.
And they exercise it all the time. And they exercise it in other ways, not just in religion, but outside in their everyday life. They exercise it there too.
Yeah. It's like what you were saying before about compartmentalization. You have lots of really intelligent people that are Christians, but it seems that they turn off their intelligence or don't apply it to their religion.
Right.
I get that. Yeah.
So there's something that it does to the human expression when a person starts making a habit of that. It starts to bleed over into other parts of life. And that is the atheist objection to Christianity in lawmaking and etc.
Yeah, so like, is there any kind of solution to that?
To what?
like with Jill, or I don't want to mention Todd because I like Todd, and there's also Jill. But if a person isn't going to use logic and use reason when it comes to their religious beliefs, is there any point arguing against them?
I know of two solutions.
Yeah.
One solution: they live in the end times. Heaven arrives. They crap their pants, but then they're okay after that. That's one solution.
Mm.
Because all of the book of the Bible is about the end of religiosity, the end of all religions, the
Yeah.
end of misunderstanding, the end of stupidity, the end of self-righteous. It's about the end of all of those things. So what they don't understand about, see, they read it as if my religion's the right religion. What it's actually saying is that every religion's the wrong religion, but we'll all come to understand one thing.
Yeah.
That is the truth. We'll have the truth revealed, and there'll be no more arguing, which I just look forward to so much. But anyway,
Yeah, that does sound good, but it doesn't. So, like now, before end times, I presume we're in before end times.
obviously, yeah.
So you're saying there's no point, although I haven't given you a chance to give you a second explanation. But
And the
you're
second
saying,
thing,
yeah.
the second thing, tongue in cheek, 7 specialists, 24/7, 365. That's what it would take.
Yeah. Yeah. So you're basically saying until end times, when it's perfectly obvious that what's going on, there's no point arguing about like
I don't
any
know.
religious
I'm a
thing.
romantic, and I have hope in people.
Yeah.
And I keep wanting, because every once in a while, like I have brought a few people out of some pretty extreme cults.
Hmm.
And they've come. I had this one guy that not this one guy, but I had this one gentleman. I had this one gentleman who came back to me and thanked me for saving his life, because he was devoting about 80% of his resources into this cult, and he was just, unable to take a wife, unable to have children, which is something he wants to do, unable to make car payments, unable, etc.
Yeah.
Okay. So it was just making his life very, very bad. And there's been about 40 people and that's why you can't discourage me. I've seen this work.
Yeah.
I've seen people get out of the dichotomous compartmentalization thinking. I've seen them do it. I know people can do it.
Yeah, I was going to say like the same thing. I know that they can do it. Yeah, maybe we just need to find not a better way, but or maybe it's just on an individual level. Like some people will be able to work it out and see the errors of the ways, and some people won't. So
Like, I don't think that I have an objective reading frame for these ancient religions.
yeah,
I think that the reading frame that I've adopted makes more sense right now than anything else I've heard of.
yeah.
That it works it works in logic. It works in reality. It's at least
Yeah.
dang plausible and consistent.
Yeah,
So-
and I've always agreed with that. I think your view of things versus a Christian view of things, yours undoubtedly makes more sense and is more consistent. And as you know, I don't agree with it and I don't believe it's true, but
That's fine.
if it was like one against the other, like yours versus say a Jill or something, then yours like obviously makes more sense. Yeah, I can't argue with that. But to me, that's just blindingly obvious. I don't know why everyone else doesn't see it. Do you know what I mean?
I think the first thing a person has to admit is that everything that I see and everything that I experience is viewed through my lens of reality. It's mapped onto my map of reality, right? And I see it through that overarching map. And the map is wrong. And if a person can't realize that their map is wrong, then they can't recognize their own biases and try to say, well, am I looking at this right? And if you can't have the honesty enough to say, am I looking at this correctly, then you can't learn.
Yeah.
So there you go. Good luck.
And I like that Jill is still in the side chat. He's also in here, not willing to speak at the moment. I presume he's curled up in a ball crying to himself at the moment. But he's still in the side chat and he's still got a share screen open. So, Jill, yeah, whenever you're ready.
But watch this display, and I can predict that what he's going to do is show you his to self unrecognized bias. That's what he's going to do.
Yeah. Yeah, almost undoubtedly. Yeah.
He doesn't have a choice.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Are we ready now to actually read the context of First Corinthians, the passage that they ripped out of the context and suggested, hey, look, I have a contradiction. You ready? Can we share? Can you share my screen? Okay, perfect. All right, so this is First Corinthians 13, right? So there are passages, as I stated earlier, there are passages where God is instructing how we should interact as humans, human to human interaction. Okay, human to human. You cannot judge someone unto hell. You cannot say someone's going to hell or call someone a child of hell. But Jesus, because he's God, can do that. Jesus called individuals sons of hell, right? Okay, so there's a difference between what God instructs us to do as humans when we're interacting with each other and what God can do himself, being God. All right, so
Jill,
so let me.
Jill, if I can interrupt now, because if I can explain why your point makes absolutely no sense, then there's no point going through the rest of it. So you're saying that God has different rules for humans than he does for himself, which I totally get. That could be true.
Because,
let me finish explaining before you interrupt. That makes no difference to my argument, which is the Bible says that God is jealous and God keeps a record of wrongs. He judges people. I don't know why you're trying to bring humans and what humans should do or what God wants humans to. It's totally irrelevant to my argument.
Well, no, your argument was that God can't, when you read the passage here, the passage in verse, let me get to that. Love does not keep records of wrong. That when
it's
God
number
says,
4, Einstein.
when God says when God says this, he's referring to how humans should interact. So listen to how Paul starts always go to the first verse. Whenever an atheist tries to fool you and tell you the Bible says something, go to the context. Though I speak. So he's speaking about himself. He's speaking about himself and how he interacts with men. Okay. Though I talk this way, if I speak with the tongues of men and angels and I don't have charity, I'm just making a bunch of noise, basically. So he's speaking about how he treats other human beings. Then he comes along and says that that love does not keep a record of wrong. Okay.
Yeah.
He says that about how you should interact with other humans. Not how God interacts with humans. Okay, do you know the difference? Know the difference?
If I could
All right, go ahead and steal my argument. Still my argument.
If I can just pause you there.
Yeah.
And I'm sure you do this on purpose, Jill. You just keep talking until the other person forgets.
No, I'm quiet. Go ahead.
Right, but you agreed earlier that God does judge people. Would you agree with that statement? In the Bible, God judges people.
Yes, because he has the authority to. We do not.
Right.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. So God judges people. In order to judge people, God must keep a record of wrongs. Would you agree that
that is correct? Right. The judge can keep a record of wrongs. You are not the judge. You cannot keep a record of wrongs. Very good.
Stop driving that.
The Bible, which the passage you read out, says that love does not keep a record of wrongs. So you're agreeing that God
when
does
it's
keep a
referring
record.
to human
It
interaction.
doesn't matter what it's referring to.
Still, man,
It
my
doesn't,
argument, you won't still have this issue.
it doesn't matter what it's referring to. You
It
have
does
made
matter.
God,
Context is king. It does matter.
God
Wildheart, one second,
just
real quick.
Wildheart, give it up, man. Give it up. You see how easy that was to dispel? All you had to do was go to the context. That's all you had to do.
Wildheart, all he is doing is special pleading. That's it. He's saying God is different than humans. He's special pleading.
A judge is different than citizens. Yes, a judge has the authority to put you in jail. A citizen would have to do a citizen's arrest and then get the authorities to do it. But a citizen does not have the same rights or authority as the judge. Yes, that's not special pleading.
Does love
that's
keep
reality.
a record of wrongs? It's not.
Right, sorry, I'm going to have to do this. Sorry, PJ and Richard, you go. But I don't want to be interrupted. Right, so what I get from this is that Jill is agreeing with both my premises. He agrees that God does keep a record of wrongs, which is the first premise. He also agrees that love does not keep a record of wrongs, which is the second premise. So he agrees with both premises. The conclusion from that is that God is not love. That is the necessary conclusion. So he's agreeing with both premises, yet disagreeing with the conclusion, which makes him, by definition, irrational. Sorry about that.
May I?
Yeah, sorry about that. I had to get it off my chest.
Okay, so what he's done here, and doubting is correct, is he's saying the definition of love, that it doesn't keep record, is advice for human and to human interaction, which is evidently not what the text is talking about, since it's talking about itself from the perspective of God.
Yeah.
Okay. So there's some of your gymnastics.
Yeah.
So he does think that he's defeated your argument in that when it reads that love keeps no record, it's talking about us and not talking about God, which is the special pleading Doubting Thomas referred to.
Yeah. So, Jill, do you want to respond to that? Can you explain to me how you can agree?
I've
with
already
both?
did. Can you still man the argument?
Middle of a sentence, still not finished the question. Okay. Can you explain to me how you can agree with both of the premises, 1 and 2, and disagree with the conclusion? That is definitionally unrational. That is a definition of irrationality.
No, because a police officer has authorities that you and I don't. So God does have the authority to judge. You don't. It's just that simple. We have it in our society. God has it in his society. God has abilities to do things. And there's a reason why God has the ability to judge, because he knows all things. So you can't judge someone because you don't know all things. A judge has the authority to judge because he's given that judgment. He's given that position by the state, all right, or by the country or whoever, the parliament, whatever. And you don't have that ability. You don't have that authority. So it's not special pleading. It's just reality. Face the facts. That's how your society is set up. So does Doubting Thomas argue that the judge is special pleading? It's the dumbest argument I've ever heard in my life. It's a cop-out.
I don't know whether I can be bothered going over, because I'm just going to...
Not the judge. You. I didn't say God. I didn't say God was special pleading, you nitwit.
Right.
I said you were special pleading.
So am I special pleading by saying a judge has the authority to judge and you don't? Is that special pleading, Doubting Thomas?
May I?
Yes. Is the judge love? Is the judge love?
Here comes the emotion. Is the judge love? The judge is judging. We're not talking about love. Pay attention, Doubting Thomas. Does the judge have authority?
We're talking about.
We're talking about
two things, Jill.
We're talking about judging right now.
Wildheart, could you mute
Stay
him
on
for a second?
topic. Stay on topic.
Yeah, I'll put him backstage. Yeah, go ahead, DC.
We're talking about two things here, Jill. We're talking about love and God. And if you use your scenario, the judge is God, and we're still talking about love. So the only person that's special pleading anywhere is you, not God, not the judge, not love.
Yeah.
And I'd like to put a layer on top of that and ask of Jill, if that kind of love, the love that doesn't keep a record of wrongs, is the kind we're to experience, I'm curious, what is your definition of love in the context of how God experiences it? Because it's apparently not that kind of love.
Right, Jill is back, but I'm guessing he will be away for about 20 minutes because I put him backstage. I apologise for that. I don't apologise for putting him backstage, but I apologise that you won't get your answer for another 20 minutes while he's quietly sobbing in the corner. You know?
And
It's
I
part of the
predict he
Christian.
will come back. I predict he'll come back and pretend he didn't hear anything that Richard or I just said.
Yeah. He will do
That is easily predicted.
Yeah, he will pretend that he didn't hear. Yeah. Welcome, Bond. Good to see you, man.
No, I have to say, sometimes I think that he actually didn't hear, that he actually goes AFK, and, puts down his listening device, whatever. Because sometimes he comes back and he's still stuck on the thing. Sometimes he reveals that he did hear it, but somewhat accidentally.
Yeah, that's possible. At least
I've seen it go both ways.
Yeah,
he definitely goes both ways.
Yeah, yeah. Jill definitely goes both ways.
Which is okay. He just won't admit it.
Yeah, he's definitely closeted. Do you know what I mean? Welcome, Halsey. Good to see you.
So, I mean, it's fine to say that the topic was changed there, but I didn't see a topic change in those verses. And if someone else did, please correct me. And when it says that that kind of love is between people, then it suddenly switched to talking about people, and it didn't seem to be. It seemed to be talking about first-person self.
Which goes back to the self-deception and the mental gymnastics. I know, I'm sorry for repeating myself, this must be like the 10th time, but premise 1, God keeps a record of wrongs. Premise 2, love does not keep a record of wrongs. Conclusion, God cannot be love. God is not love. God couldn't possibly be love. It's really simple, and we've been going over this for about 2 hours. Mainly with the Christians, I don't know how you can get it. It's a logical syllogism, and we've gone into like you say, what humans think of love, what humans think of justice, so many rabbit holes.
It's irrelevant.
It's so fucking simple. Do you know what I mean?
And the problem with that, and that short syllogism there and its conclusion logically follows from the premises, but it wouldn't be a problem if it stood alone. It becomes a problem as soon as you say God is love. Well, now God is not love, and God is love.
Yeah.
So Wildheart, can you steelman my position when you, after reading the context in First Corinthians, that when Paul is saying love does not keep a record of evil, or love does not keep a record, that's referring to how humans should interact, not God, how he interacts with us? Does that make sense now?
Kind of. I'll try my best, okay. And I'm trying to.
All right, as long as you got it, as long as you got the argument, that you can clear up the subterfuge and the distractions. Yeah.
I don't understand it yet. I'm trying my best.
Well, think about our society, Wildheart. Think about our society. In our society,
you ask him to steelman it and then don't let him. How about that?
No, he said he got it, so he doesn't need to steelman it. Think about it. Now, I'm just going to give you an analogy.
It's going to be no, Jill. I didn't say I got it. I'm saying I'm trying my best to understand your point of view.
Okay.
But when you bring humans into it, when humans aren't a part of the argument is God has one attribute and love has the exact opposite attribute. Therefore, God cannot be love. I don't understand why or how you are bringing humans into it.
Well, because the context there is not talking about God interacting or God's love. with us or his interaction with us. It's talking about humans' interactions.
But
So you
that's
can't, it's a category mistake to try to
that's
stretch that to
irrelevant. That's irrelevant to my
God-
argument.
God's love is special.
it is
special
irrelevant.
pleading.
It is irrelevant. Yeah. Because when the Bible is speaking about how God interacts with us, it's not to be equated to how we should be interacting with each other. For
But
judging,
my argument doesn't include humans. It doesn't mention humans. My
it
argument
does
is
mention humans in the past. But hold on, Walhart, if you're going to use a passage where it's talking about humans, you cannot lie and say this is talking about God's love. You cannot have your cake and eat it too. If it's talking
Right.
about love, okay, you have to let context speak.
God is
You can't
special.
let them speak for the context.
God is a special love. God is special love, not human love. God is special.
Judges have a special authority.
Jill, sorry, I've got to mute you and carry on muting you because you never shut up. Right, I've just started maybe to understand. So you're saying that God's love is different from human love? Is that what you're saying? There are two different kinds of love. God has one.
Yes.
Humans have a different kind of love.
How you interact with human beings according to Scripture. Now, remember, Walhart, if I can just get a word in edgewise without you cutting me off, if I can just get a word in edgewise,
cry me a river.
Remember, Walhart, the Bible is setting the precedent for the definitions of these terms. Atheists are coming later and trying to change the definition, or Richard Mattson is coming later and trying to change the definition of these words and then scream and cry special pleading. But the Bible is there first. So the Bible says that God's love is different than the love you are to share or interact with each other. Okay? That's the precedent. That's the standard. Now, if you want to change that standard just to knock it down, go right ahead. But you're just showing you're a dishonest interlocutor. Go ahead.
At the very least, Richard doesn't special plead.
So sorry, yeah, but it's not me being dishonest. I genuinely don't understand what you said. My argument, like I said, in no way mentioned humans or a different kind of love. I'm just going off what the Bible says. The Bible says that God does keep a record of wrongs because he judges people. The Bible also says that love does not keep a record of wrongs. I'm just failing to see where human love and God's love comes into. I never mentioned humans. I'm just going
That's
on
the
what
problem,
the Bible says.
Wahart, listen carefully. That's the problem. You're trying to take a passage which talks about human interaction and then say, well, I never mentioned humans. The text there is mentioning humans. It is not mentioning, right. It's thank you. You get it now. It's not mentioning God's love. It's mentioning human to human love. So you yourself can't say, well, no, I'm only talking about God's love. I'm not talking about humans' loves. Well, then you can't use that verse. Then find another verse.
Yeah, and it's
that talks about God's love, right?
Right, you can stop talking now.
Okay. All right, you got it. All right, you got it. I'll be right back.
Yeah. But I was going to ask you a question. Right, so you're saying that God's love and human love is different. Jill, if you can hear, I'll ask you when you get back. So what is the difference between God's love and human love? You're saying there's a difference there. So we now have two different kinds or definitions of love, which I would argue, if God has one kind of love and humans have a different kind of love, then you can't use the word love because they necessarily have two different definitions. Surely you should use a different word. You can't use God's love.
I think a scholar in that same situation, carrying Jill's position, which might be impossible to do, and be a scholar, would say that, you know, if you're referring to the Greek, there were 6 different words that all got translated into the word love, and that could be an issue to support. I'm trying to steelman his position, you know. and they all got translated into the word love in the English. But that's why the English use qualifiers to words like love, is to identify what kind of love.
Yeah, like agape and all that.
Right.
Yeah.
Which I wouldn't be surprised if that's where he went next with this. But I'd like to move the conversation forward. I think it would be more interesting to ask him what he thinks the love of God is.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good question for when he gets back. Yeah.
Which he's probably not gone. He's probably just pouting.
Yeah.
Or dancing in perceived completion of a task and victory.
Yeah.
I can never tell.
Or dancing in his pants, which I like.
But in the meantime, do you know other Dillahunty quotes or Hitchens quotes that you would want resolved?
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure I
But
know
do you
them
see
all.
how they inadvertently, both Hitchens and Dillahunty inadvertently accepted Christianity as a reading frame for the text when it's not necessarily correct, and then make the objection based on Christianity, which they reject. Do you see how goofy that is?
Yeah, but not when they're arguing against. That's kind of what you have to do. You have to, at least to some degree, take on the other person's views to argue against them.
Sure.
Otherwise, the atheist experience would just be whenever anyone phones and says, well, it says this in the Bible, Matt Dillahunty would just say, well, I don't agree that the Bible is authoritative, or why should I? And then that would be the end of the show. Do you know what I mean?
I do understand you. I think I didn't say what I was trying to say very well, though.
Yeah.
So because it doesn't stop at the argumentation against the interlocutor. It doesn't stop there. Those same people dismiss the validity of the Bible based on a reading frame that's been forced on them by their society in Christians who they think are not good thinkers. It's like if I adopt an idea from someone who's mentally handicapped, right?
Yeah.
And then I take that idea and say it was on Star Trek, right? But the guy's just not very smart. And I take his reading frame, his viewing frame of Star Trek, and I start seeing Star Trek through that. And then I go, well, Star Trek's stupid. Well, maybe that's because I'm using a stupid reading frame.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, and that makes sense. But what I'm saying is, isn't that necessary? If like 90% of the people you're talking to are Christians with the wrong reading frame, even if we agree that it's the wrong reading frame, you still have to argue against the reading frame in order to convince them.
My point is, they're throwing away Star Trek. They're throwing away the Bible based on a silly reading frame.
Yeah.
And that's illogical.
Yeah.
Like if I say you're stupid and you say whatever, then I use that whatever that you, the stupid person, says to dismiss some other idea. For instance, if you were a flat earther and you say something stupid that supports your case.
Yeah.
And then I use that to dismiss the validity of the earth.
Oh, I get what you're saying, yeah. You're saying just because like 90% of Christians or whatever it is are wrong about the Bible, you shouldn't give up on that doesn't demonstrate that the Bible is wrong.
Right. But Dillahunty, Hitchens, many others dismiss the Bible based on Christianity that they think is stupid. That's a thinking problem.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah.
No one's opinion of the Bible makes it invalid. No one's.
Yeah.
Whether or not it adheres to reality, that's what validates or invalidates something, not someone's opinion.
Yeah. I get what you're saying, but I think the argument will be they don't reject the Bible as being true. They just don't have enough evidence to believe that it is true. It's not convincing.
That was very fair of you.
Yeah, whether it's right or wrong.
That was fair.
Yeah.
But it seems to me, at least at a surface level, at first blush, they are dismissing the Bible based on Christianity.
Yeah.
For instance, Dillahunty used to be a preacher.
Yeah. Southern
Now
Baptist.
makes fun of the Bible.
Yeah, he was a Southern Baptist. He wanted to go to seminary. He never ended up doing it, but yeah. He tried to convince his flatmate that, who was an atheist, that the Bible was true. He ended up looking into the Bible and came to the conclusion that it wasn't true. That's how he became an atheist.
So
Now,
you
an
mean to
honest
tell me-
interlocutor like Dr. Joshua Bowen will say things like, this piece of literature has some value to me and to society, and I will continue to study it and consider it and think about it, despite the fact that I do not adhere to Christian values.
So you
See,
mean to
that's
tell me,
honest.
Walhart, that Dillahunty was a Christian for that long and never actually looked into the Bible? And he was a Christian but never looked into the Bible for how many years before he looked into
No,
the Bible?
I'm not saying he didn't look into the Bible. He must have heard bits of the Bible, but
Oh, so he was a Christian, but he never actually looked into the Bible until years later. And then when he finally started looking into the Bible, he no longer was a Christian.
No, I think what happened was
That's what you just said happened.
No, what happened was he was trying to convince his roommate, who was an atheist.
Right.
Is it First Peter? Is it 3:15?
Right. He was trying to convince an atheist. He was unsuccessful. And then he started looking into the Bible. So up until then, he really didn't look into the Bible.
No, he was trying to convince someone else, and then
Right.
he started thinking about his own beliefs.
Okay.
And
So he never thought about his own beliefs until.
Sorry, Jill. Middle of a sentence. You know you don't like people cutting you off.
Okay.
Right, shush. Right, so he was trying to convince someone else, and he says, "What is my reason that I believe in the Bible? Can I give a good explanation for the hope that I have? You know, First Peter and all that." And he looked through the Bible, and he couldn't justify it to himself.
Okay.
That's what
He never asked himself those questions before that point in his life. That's a problem.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the problem. Okay.
Wow.
You should always be questioning your beliefs. You shouldn't just believe something because someone told you it. Okay. So if you start thinking about what these people are saying, these so-called ex-Christians, you'll realize why they fell from their faith, because they really never really had a faith to begin with. They were just going along and going with emotions. And then when someone came to challenge them, they were not able to respond.
I agree
that
with
doesn't
you.
happen to me. You see, that doesn't happen to me, right?
I agree with you.
No
That
true
is the best way to go.
Right.
I agree with you. That would be the best way to go about it, to always question your beliefs. But it just so happens
Right.
that he didn't.
He did not.
That doesn't make him wrong about his conclusion.
No. I'm not saying anything's wrong with him, but he just got shell shocked, and that happens to a lot of people who just stumble into the faith for whatever reason. They're born into it. Their family members are churchgoers, so they decide to go along with the grain. They don't want to go against the grain, like we say. Their wives sometimes or husbands are in the church, so they just go because that's part of the tradition. So they're nominal Christians. They're really not interested in learning about what they believe or defending what they believe. So when these atheists come with 1 Corinthians 13, love doesn't keep record of wrong. God keeps records of wrong. We're able to show them, hey, look, the context says that this is referring to human interaction.
Jill,
okay,
Jill,
that's a perfect example.
Jill,
Special bleeding.
Sorry, Jill, I'm muted you. Oh shit. Anyway, what my argument is in no way an argument against Christianity. My argument is against Christians who claim that God is love. God has the same attributes as love. My argument could in no way possibly disprove Christianity, and that's not the. All I'm saying is that Christians who say that God is love are just clearly, blindingly wrong. It wouldn't disprove Christianity. I'm just saying
Oh
they
yeah,
have.
yeah.
I'm just saying they have. They
You can't
have this one
demonstrate that, but
aspect of Christianity. Yeah.
okay, but you can't demonstrate that. You can't demonstrate that, but that's okay that you believe that they're wrong. But as I just showed you, you can't demonstrate that from the text, because when God is speaking about keeping wrongs there, it's talking about human to human interaction, as I clearly showed you. So you'd have to therefore find a passage in which that actually contradicts.
Richard had a question for you, which I think might help and solve this. I don't
No,
know.
I've already answered Richard's question. He's just ignoring the question.
No, it's a different
He's
question.
ignoring the answer, rather.
What was the question?
I've answered the question about whether or not
No, what was my
human
question,
interaction is the same in
No,
Scripture
that's not
as
the question.
God's interaction.
No, he asked the
Okay.
question after you scattered away.
Okay, so you think Richard's going to save this argument? Go ahead. What's your question, Richard?
It's entirely possible that a person could have further questions.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, move the goalposts. Go ahead.
Well, I'm not shifting the goalposts. I'm trying to
Go
work
ahead,
with
sir.
you.
Time is money. Go
build
ahead.
a straw man.
What's your question?
Poison the well. Okay, so what I'm asking is, if the love between human beings is different from God's love, but I basically know what love between human beings is because I am one, would you please describe to me what you think God's expressions of love is?
God's expression of love includes his salvation for his people. It includes, God is multifaceted. He's a judge as well as a love. So you can love, a judge can judge someone and sentence someone to hell and then come home and love his children.
Yes, but is he loving the person he sent to hell?
Of course. But you're still going to hell because you committed a crime and you must face the punishment. He's a just judge. So a just judge does not say, "Oh, I love you, therefore you're not going to go to jail for rape," right? So a just judge will still sentence that person to hell, and he can still be a loving person at the same time.
Sorry, Jill, I'm sorry, but that makes absolutely no sense to me, at least.
Okay.
Then
explain how a judge. Hold on, Wildheart. Explain.
No, you hold on. I hadn't finished explaining what I was talking about. Jill, will you please stop interrupting me? You get severely butthurt and go and cry in the corner every time someone does it to you. Will you please not do it to anyone else? Please shut the fuck up until I finish my statement. Thank you very much. So you're saying that God loves someone and then sends them to eternal conscious torment in hell. How is that possible? How is that any form of love? How can you love someone and then punish and torture them eternally? To me, at least, that makes absolutely no fucking sense whatsoever.
Wildheart, I've already answered that. If you would take the time to listen instead of trying to formulate your response, you would know what I just said. So go back and listen to what I said earlier, and you'll realize that I've already answered that.
Right, can you answer it again, just for the sake of time? Because I don't have time to do that.
Could I paraphrase what he just said? He just said, "Don't think, listen to me, because I know what I'm talking about."
Yeah. Yeah, but Jill, if you could explain to me how someone can love someone and then send them to eternal conscious torment and torture for the rest of time. Those two things to me are mutually exclusive, like in a massive, massive way. I love you, but I'm going to torture you forever. How is that any kind of love that we understand? That is not love. Oh, he's
Okay, so since he's AFK,
yeah.
I think the real issue with that as expressing a form of love from God.
Yeah.
And here's the unspoken elephant in the room. I'd just like to make an observation about that elephant.
Yeah.
If there's any other logically plausible way to bring to solution that issue of the person's misunderstanding, sin, unforgiveness, etc., then that would have to be played out in love and also have failed. And every other possibility would have had to fail. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so you're saying the best option or the only option is to torture them forever, even if you love them.
Right.
But I still can't understand that. I mean, I can understand like annihilationism. Like, if wouldn't that necessarily be a better option? Wouldn't just killing someone so they don't exist anymore be better and more loving than torturing them forever?
Well, yes, obviously, but that's. I think the problem here is that we're talking about human beings, okay, and human beings are extremely varied. Even though our biology seems very, very strict, we have all these different variations of what it results in, which is interesting, especially mental things. So, let's say I offered you $1 billion, and you said, no, I'm not really into accepting gifts from people. And then I say, well, but you can't say that for your future children and for your future spouse. What about them? And what about their progeny? And you could set up your whole family for life. And I could just go on giving all these reasons why you should accept the money with no strings attached. Here, just have a big chunk of money, right? And we could go on and on like that. But eventually the decision is yours. I can't force you to take the money.
Yeah, sorry, for no reason in particular, I'm just going to put my PayPal in there. So I'm
okay. So what if I do all this and I try to show you why money matters, et cetera, right? And I walk away from that weeping for you because I love you and I wanted to do something good for you and you just won't let me. And the default position is you have no money.
Yeah.
Well, that doesn't necessarily make me happy. And if I've like done everything that I know how to do, everything within my power to get you to accept it, in the case of heaven, let's say 7 years of slowly tearing the earth apart at your very feet as a way of trying to persuade you.
Yeah.
Letting you experience famine and a lack of clean water and no ability to bathe yourself and on and on and on. People eating each other to try to convince you and you still won't take it.
When did your happiness become my responsibility?
It's not.
Then why does it matter? Why does it matter? Not your happiness in particular.
I was assuming the position of the judge in that analogy, right?
Right. But you were saying, okay, I want to help somebody out, and they just keep refusing my help, and I walk away sad.
Right.
And my question is, why should I give a fuck? If I don't want your help and you walk away sad, that's on you, not me.
Right. Right.
But there's also a difference.
The point was whether or not the judge was like celebrating in it, whether or not the judge had any options, whether or not the judge could still be loving.
But there's a difference between walking away sad, which is kind of a neutral. I try my best. There's nothing else I can do. That's kind of a neutral thing. There's a difference between that and torturing someone forever. Torturing someone forever is like a positive action. Right. Even if you walked away sad, why then would you take the positive action to torture someone forever?
Oh, okay. I see it. I see it now. I think I see it now. Okay, so Christians like to claim that God is in charge of everything and God controls everything. This puts them in a position where God does evil things. I don't think that's actually in the text.
Yeah.
That that at the point of discernment for the individual, they can choose heaven or they can choose hell, and that's their autonomous decision. Now, everything's already been done, 7 years of insane torture, or the judgment itself, to give them what evidence should be necessary for the vast majority of people to come to the same conclusion, that they want heaven and not hell. But I think heaven just walks away sad when a person won't choose their society.
Yeah, so in that case, there would be no need for hell. You could choose heaven or get annihilated, or you just die.
Walhart, where does it say that the text?
Jill, if you'll just let
Oh,
me
I
finish.
can't stop. Okay, all right, I'll be back.
No, not while I'm in the middle of a fucking sentence. You can't. No, stop doing that. Shut the fuck up. Right. So, why aren't the choices either choose heaven or annihilation? Why add the further thing of being tortured forever in hell? Why even make that an option?
Well, Walhart, can you show me in the text where it says torture? Did you make that up? All right, you made it up. It's not in the text.
You just asked me a question. I presume you want the answer.
Yeah, go ahead.
In order for me to give the answer, you will have to shut the fuck up.
Go ahead. Where? Yeah, chapter and verse. Book, chapter and verse.
Right. I don't know the chapter and verse, but I'm
You don't.
pretty sure it says in the Bible, eternal.
No, it's not.
Eternal conscious torment, which I
Torment, not torture. Do you see how you change?
I'm equating. I might be wrong to do so.
Now,
by equating the two. If someone says eternal,
right, you're equating the two. Okay, thank you for admitting at least you're honest. At least you're honest. Okay, so do you understand my analogy now? A judge can do his job, judge someone to a life sentence, even death, and go home and love his children. Would you consider that person to be evil?
I do think.
Go ahead, Walhart. Would you consider that individual to be evil?
But that's a difference. So you're saying that God,
I'm asking a simple yes or no question, Walhart. Did you consider that person to be evil?
I need clarification on your question before I answer it. Is that okay?
Go ahead. All right, go ahead and keep dodging. Keep dodging. Keep dancing. You're gonna dance when you deal with me. Go ahead.
Hey, DT, get yourself one of these.
Shut the fuck up.
I don't know where to get one.
Go ahead.
Right. So I need clarification. So you're saying that God loves some people and He doesn't love others. You're saying that you're saying that a judge could sentence someone to death, in which case I would suggest that they didn't love them, but they could go back to the family.
No, never made that. That wasn't part of my scenario. Listen again. A judge, whether he loves that person or not, he may love that person. Good for him. Good for that person. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
He still does his job. His job is, as judge, is to convict the criminal. The criminal is guilty of murder and rape. The judge sentences him to death, meaning he will never breathe another breath on this planet. He's sentenced to death. He goes home and he loves his wife. He loves his children. He loves his community. Is that person evil? Yes or no?
Right.
Go ahead, Walhart.
Yeah. No. Which person with the hand?
Is that person evil? The judge. Is the judge evil? Thank you very much. So learn to think about these things. Don't just let people run with these monikers and these statements that don't correspond to even our own reality. Thank you very much.
My failure to answer.
You're not going to answer the question, sir. I don't want to hear you ramble. You're not going to answer the question. Bye-bye.
My failure to answer the question doesn't necessarily mean that I'm agreeing with you either. Yeah, I just didn't answer the question. Go on, DC.
My question was, in Jill's scenario there, did the judge have some other love that wasn't human? Was there a difference between the love that the convict felt and the love that the judge felt? Were those two different definitions of love?
Yeah, that's a good point. In order for his analogy to be right between God and the judge, he's saying that God has a different kind of love than humans, but presumably the judge wouldn't have a different kind of love because the judge would be human. Yeah, so the analogy falls apart at that point. Yeah. I think.
Which is why I asked him the question he never answered.
Yeah.
What kind of love is God experiencing then? It's not the kind of love we're talking about.
Yeah. Yeah, he didn't answer that question.
It's almost pointless to talk to him other than it's entertaining, I guess.
Yeah.
For me. That's just my opinion.
Yeah. But also very, very annoying. It is entertaining at times, but I can never decide which is, do you get more entertainment than annoyance out of it? Because I don't. I think it's more annoying than entertaining.
How is being annoyed not entertained? I mean, like if entertained is something like preoccupation, away from other things, and you're centered and you're concentrating. Annoyance is very good at that.
Yeah, I would say it's about enjoyment. Like entertainment should be enjoyable, and if you're annoyed, then you're not. You're not enjoying it.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Just needed a better definition.
Yeah. That's
so what I think is true is that heaven does all it can, either during the judgment after death, which is their life is restored and they're faced with the actuality of the situation, and almost anyone would act appropriately at that time. Peace and respect, Bond. Have a great day. Or that they live into end times and they suffer 7 years of things just getting worse, and after the announcing miracles, things just getting worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. And some will hold out to the very, very end of it. I think the angels, including the Father, I think they mourn this when that happens. Now, I also believe it's a very, because there's mathematics given. Ragnar is actually the uncle. I'm sorry, Ragnar is the father of Thor and runs Ragnarok. That is, end times is run by the father again. But anyway.
Oh shit! That's my mouse on the phone. Oh yeah, just to catch up with the side chat, there are several things that have gone wrong. Yeah, I think Bond was saying bye to Ragnar. But Ragnar, if you're still here, he asked, "What's this stream about?" And yeah, if it wasn't obvious, it's kind of a religious debate, kind of general topics, kind of, yeah. And it seems he got annoyed that no one would answer that question. Sorry, that was my fault for not paying attention to the side chat. Yeah, but that's
Did he even tag you?
No.
He didn't tag you, and then he's this person's not rational.
Yeah. So Bond was saying bye. Yeah, Bond was saying bye to Ragnar rather than leaving himself.
Oh, okay.
I hope that's clear.
Well, it is to me now. I wasn't reading side chat. I just like Bond, and you brought up.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought Bond was leaving as well until I read the previous comments. Yeah. But I do have to take a short bathroom break, so I'll be right back.
DT, how many times do you think that you'd have to point out to Jill his special pleading before he actually catches on to what you're saying? How many times do you think?
Never. Because it's, you're going on like 5 years now.
5 years.
He holds his position no matter what, obfuscates, goes down rabbit trails. When you pin him down, even when you get him to admit that's what he said, he'll say that's not what I meant. And it's just an endless trail of slipperiness. I'm not even convinced he's a Christian.
Don't know how you would mean that.
I mean, I just see him as a bit of a troll.
Okay.
Like even his behavior today, basically almost the same every day. I just picture him, a pigeon playing chess, and just fucking knocks all over the pieces, claims victory, and walks off.
Mm-hmm.
And he'll be back again tomorrow, or he'll be over at Aces later today doing the same shit. So
yeah, and the pigeon doesn't even realize he's crapping on the board.
No.
Like we're trying to have actual conversations here.
Right. And I think he realizes he is special pleading, and he won't even look at when I tried to point out to him, God is the same as the judge. Using the argument of a judge does nothing to further his position.
Of course not. I mean, it would work if he says that God is limited in the same way that mankind is limited. If he wants to say that, then his analogy works.
Yeah. But we both know
But
that
that's the special pleading. He doesn't believe that.
Yeah, he doesn't believe that. Yeah, that's the problem. Yeah.
So God has this special love that includes being hateful, and maybe even eternal punishment for a finite crime, infinite punishment for a finite crime.
Yeah.
And we can do better than that.
Yeah, that's a good Dillahunty phrase.
Yeah. And then his saving grace today, his walkout moment, his victory moment, okay, I can drop the mic and leave today, was Wildheart used the word torture instead of torment.
Yeah, that was great.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Even after I admitted that I may have been fallaciously conflating the two, I said when I hear eternal conscious torment, I equate that with torture, and I was trying to give him like chance to tell me why I'm wrong about that, and that would have been fine. But he didn't do that. He just said,
no, it was time for him to go. Maybe he had class, quote unquote, and that was his walkout gotcha moment. Yeah. You used the word. You didn't say torment. You said torture.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, man. Jill's like summer break. No class.
Yeah. All there was a spill in hour 4, and he had to clean that up. I'm still not sure. I think he's probably a janitor, rather than a teacher. Have you seen some of his comments in the side chat? Have you seen the way he spells and the way he uses grammar? He claims to be an English teacher. There's no chance.
In his defense, teachers have to have a certain amount of experience in whatever topic they're teaching. Yeah. But mostly they learn how to teach. And what's involved in that? Having your handouts ready, scoring tests, having your book open and following it along in the teacher's manual. You know, there's a special teacher's manual the kids don't get.
Yeah, yeah.
It tells them what to say and when to say it.
Yeah, it gives them all the answers, like a cheat book kind of thing.
So it's kind of like being Alex Trebek. Alex Trebek does not need all the answers to every question in Jeopardy.
Yeah. Yeah. So they don't need to know the answers. They just have a book with all the answers in, and they
have to be able to read it aloud.
Yeah.
And not read the parts that say "read this." Don't read the phrase "read this."
Plus, I think he's actually a substitute special education teacher. So I'm not sure how intelligent or how many qualifications. That's just like a nursery nurse. Do you know what I mean? And I don't want to be harsh, but a substitute special education teacher, I can't imagine that you would need like a degree from Oxford to do that job. You only have to
No.
be smarter than the people you're teaching.
I think actually you need a bachelor's in special education to do that.
All right. That's fair.
Can I tell you a quick story about Jill?
Yes, always.
Look at the last word I put in the side chat.
Crypts.
Crypts.
Yes. Now, about a week and a half ago, Jill used that very word to describe the gang of Bloods and Crips, which I thought was silly immediately. And so I pointed out to him over the last 10 days in the side chat, and he never responded.
How is it to be spelled?
But yesterday, Crip, the Bloods and the Crips. And when you're referring to the Bloods and the Crips, the Crip is short for cripple, not crypt.
Yeah, that will be CRI.
Oh.
Okay. So I pointed that out to him for about 10 days. He never responded. And then yesterday or the day before, when I put it in the side chat, he accused me of being silly and using that word because that was the wrong word. When what I've been trying to tell him for the previous 10 days was he used the wrong word.
Yeah.
And I'm still waiting for him to explain to me about the eyes of March.
What? Eyes? EYES?
Yes.
He
thinks it's like eyeballs of March? Now, wait, I'm uneducated and I was disinterested and I was way too proud as a student, but even I know better than that.
Although he did make a similar mistake. Sorry,
I think the eyes of March. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, he did a similar thing. You know, the medieval period in between the Dark Ages and medieval period. Jill thinks that is called the medieval period. He thinks medieval. Medieval. He thinks
obviously the middle of the evil period. Come on, what's wrong with that?
He thinks there's an early evil period, a late evil period, and a medieval period. Honestly, I'm not making that up.
You're pulling my leg. Now, I'm uneducated, and I was a terrible student.
He thinks it's medieval period.
Like, that makes his best worse than my sarcasm.
Yeah.
That's
I know
horrible.
what you mean. It's difficult to believe.
You're catching on.
He really is that stupid. On certain things. I'll make that disclaimer.
Yeah, beware the eyes of March, because the eyes of March are watching you. Is that the end of the quote?
And to be fair, I only know. Sorry.
I think Eyes of March and Crips were on the same day, but I'm not sure.
Wow. He fucked up that much twice in one day.
Not knowingly.
To be fair, though, I only know of the Ides of March, IDES, through Iron Maiden, I think. I think they had a song.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, however you came across it.
Yeah.
I believe it has something to do with Caesar, but now I got to look at it.
Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah.
You know, the word Caesar and the word czar is actually the same root word.
Yeah. So Caesar was the first. Oh, yeah. I'm showing my ignorance now. What does mean? Caesar.
You know, the Russian word czar.
Yeah.
CZAR.
Yeah.
Caesar is just in a different language saying the same thing. It's pretty much the god governor.
Right. So is Caesar not his like birth name? Because
No,
that
no,
would
no.
be.
That's a title.
All right. I thought he was actually called Julius Caesar. Was that not his
Yeah,
name?
Julius Caesar was a czar named
Yeah.
Julius.
Right. Also, it's like
Now,
Jesus Christ. Jesus was his first name, and Christ is the title. He wasn't
yeah,
born to.
Mary and Joseph
Yeah,
Christ, right? That's not how it works.
Mary. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, I see that. That makes sense. But I genuinely thought he was called Julius Caesar. Caesar being his last name. Yeah.
Mm-mm,
That's
mm-mm.
good.
Although it does look that way because it's passed down. It was normally passed down, through a lineage, the czar position. But just like kings were passed down through, kings, queens, and
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. That's cool. I didn't know that.
Marching eyes, slitch, 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 from the halls of Montezuma. Sorry.
Yeah, Jill was singing before as well. I don't know whether you caught that.
Was he any
Jill
good?
he wasn't bad, to be fair. Yeah.
Ah.
I mean, the kind of standard that we uphold on this channel when it comes to karaoke. Yeah. He was fair to middling. Do you know what I mean?
Fair
He
to
wasn't
middling.
too bad. Yeah. He wouldn't do a full karaoke, but yeah,
It
he was
wasn't
in a
complete evil. It was only medieval.
yeah. And another one to add to the mix as well. I think he doesn't know the difference between ancestors and what's the other one?
Progeny?
Descendants. No, descendants. Okay. Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
he gets them mixed up as well. Yeah. I think that was something to do with Serb.
Wow.
Yeah. He can't tell the difference between them. He don't know which came first and which comes later.
I don't know. It just sounds like a victim of society and a bad education system.
Yeah, but again, for someone who claims to be a teacher, no matter at what level, there are some shocking lack of knowledge or lacks of knowledge. You know what I
You would
mean?
think that you'd pick up things over time just by reading the book to other people.
Yeah, like there are some worrying blind spots there. Do you know what I mean? Yeah.
Well, here's what I picture. I picture him getting a 4-year teaching degree. I see that as possible. And then he starts teaching kids somewhere from the 5th grade on up to high school. And then he finds out after teaching these kids for a month or two that all these kids are smarter than he is because they keep correcting him in the classroom, just like we do here. And then he thinks my only option is to go teach special ed because they won't talk back to me. They won't point out when I'm wrong.
Yeah. There's also his problem with speaking to women or females as well. I'm presuming that on average, at least half his class must be female. So I wonder how he gets on with that as well. Does he just not talk to the females in his class? Or yeah.
You want a serious answer to that? I'll give one.
Yeah.
The Christians who are oppressive to women do not include prepubescent girls.
All right.
And in some cases, they don't even include young women up until marriage in that oppression.
Yeah. So they're only bigoted against fully grown adult women rather than children. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that could be possible.
Oh, I know that to be true.
Mm.
It's not just possible; it's their actual practice.
Yeah. And to be fair, yeah, all the women that Jill has refused to speak to on panels that I've seen have all been adults. Yeah. So
It could be because you don't let children on your channel, when
that
neither
would
does anyone else.
that would also be a reason. Yeah. I don't think I should subject that kind of torture to them or torment.
I'd like to fantasize that he doesn't abuse children the same way he attempts to abuse us.
Oh yeah.
I'd like to think he doesn't do that.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I can't. Yeah, I would like to think that as well. I'm just trying to work out. Yeah, I would like to.
Like most kids are not learned at pointing out logical fallacies. Most, small children are not good at that yet.
Yeah, it's like
Black.
DT said.
I mean, hello, I'm back.
What's up, gorgeous?
Nothing much. I just figured I'd come back. I was on mobile before. I still am on mobile. So, with the crackling and all that, I'm like, yeah, I'm going to go. Plus, I didn't want to be in the same room with Jill again because the man gives me a headache.
That's completely understandable, yeah. I should have left about 3 hours ago, I think. He does the same to me.
Well, I mean, you're the host. You can't leave.
Yeah.
I mean, you can, but...
Yeah, I actually did the other night. I put myself backstage because there were 6 people in here. So I put myself backstage in order to allow Jill
By the way,
to...
it's actually interesting that Serb actually had his first stream ever a couple of days ago when I missed it.
Oh, yeah, no, I was on that. It was good.
Yeah, Cerberus.
Oh.
Yeah, Cerberus X. Yeah, it was good. I think they were discussing, the mass shooting in, I think it was Las Vegas, at the concert, like a country and western concert.
You mean the quote unquote false flag?
Yeah, that one. Yeah.
Added quotes in there. Have a little know.
Yeah.
There were 2 shooters. It just never made them.
Yeah, but was there a grassy knoll? That's the question.
Yeah, wrong city.
I got pretty good evidence that my original perception from however many years ago, or memory could be flawed in what I understood that I saw from that time.
Yeah.
And now I'm unsure which way it actually went.
Okay, I have to go. Cracking starting.
Wow, that was quick. That was short and sweet. Midnight. Yeah, I'm going to stop talking now. Sorry, Richard. Yeah, I think you were saying something.
No, I was just commenting on the Serb show and my position on that particular event. Although there were things in it that I think were weird, don't make sense in reality.
So what are you confused? You're saying you don't know whether your memory is reliable from that, from what you
Right.
remember.
Well, I know that memories aren't reliable.
Yeah.
I think that's been conclusively shown.
Yeah, I would agree with that. But are you saying that your particular memories of those events aren't reliable? Or you don't
No, I'm seeing different evidence and I'm reconsidering my position. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. That's fair enough.
I mean, I'm sure at the time I was being honest, doing the best I could with what I had. Because that's the kind of person I am. But
yeah. But that's a good thing. Yeah. You believe what you believe,
but I'm not closed to correction.
That's what I mean. Yeah. You admit that you could be wrong. I'm the same. Like,
I think that truth should be a piece of paper that we hold in our hand, and it's got something written on it. It's got some kind of statement on it, and we believe that that's true.
Yeah.
But we should always read every piece of paper to find if there's a better one.
Yeah.
Then you have to drop the one that's in your hand, well, like it or not.
Yeah. Or use a pencil with an eraser on it, just in case. You know what I mean?
Well, that's another way to say it. Yeah, that's fine. Truth should only be written in pencil, never in pen. How's that? That's a good way to say it,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
I think that's a major Christian mistake. Is they think as soon as they find a pen, it writes only truth.
Yeah. Big problem with the Bible. If you believe that the Bible is the word of God and it can't possibly be wrong, you just open yourself up to, you know, just an amazing amount of problems.
Now, as
Because
to the
once you find-
future thing in those stories, including the Bible, but not exclusively to the Bible, but all of the stories, in future things
Yeah.
can't be shown. Future things could be shown implausible, like they're not possible to happen. You know?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But
Logically.
right, it could be shown to be, it could be disproven, but the future can't be proven. You know, that's
Yeah.
of course, you know, Black Swan or Red Barn or however you want to say it.
Yeah.
So it's a faith position that I hold, that the writer, the authorship, not the penmanship, the authorship of these stories has claimed they will do these following things in the future, but I have no proof of that. Right.
Yeah. Which
And
brings me. Oh, sorry.
no, go ahead. It's your show.
No, it just reminds me of an argument I was having with Jill again the other day. He's saying he has faith that the supernatural things in the Bible are true because all the natural things in the Bible have proven to be true. And my point was, even if I agreed with all the natural things in the Bible being true, which I don't, that shouldn't give you any confidence that the supernatural things in the Bible are true if you don't have any evidence for them being true on their own. Do you know what I mean? Like the Bible could be right about 9 things and wrong about the 10th thing. Just because it's right about something, you have to treat each individual claim on its own merits. So you can't say the Bible is true about all natural things, therefore I have faith that it's true about all supernatural things. I'm
Right.
sure there's some kind of fallacy in there somewhere.
To me, it's well, it's carrying it further than it can actually go.
Yeah.
That's what that is. What the name of that fallacy is, I'm not sure. It's like saying human beings have nerves, thereby Reiki energy works.
Yeah.
Those are disconnected things, and one doesn't prove the other. And
yeah,
what is that? Maybe a composition fallacy, saying that one part is like the other part when it necessarily isn't.
Yeah, that sounds right. Like, it's like treating the whole as one of the parts. Just because
Right.
one of the parts of the Bible is correct, it doesn't mean that the whole of the Bible is correct.
I think that's a composition fallacy, but
yeah,
I could be wrong.
Yeah,
There's
No,
so
I think
many
so.
fallacies.
yeah.
It's just hard to remember them all.
Yeah, and we can blame, was it Socrates and his band of merry logicians that came up with
I
all
do
that?
believe that's pronounced Socrates.
Oh, yeah, Socrates, sorry. That's so annoying when an American corrects me on that. Yeah. Socrates, yeah, quite right. What was that, Bill and Ted? I think that's it.
I don't
Yeah.
know.
Yeah, Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, I think. Yeah.
He says Socrates, right?
Yeah, Socrates. It's like when they meet Billy the Kid, and Bill says to him, "Nice to meet you, Mr. the Kid."
Mr. the Kid. Yeah. But the whole point of that is they're stupid. What was it you were saying? It's something had almost a thought trigger in me concerning the texts of the stories, texts and stories. What was it you were saying? Oh, the composition fallacy. That actually something I was saying triggered you to say that.
Yeah.
So here's what I was on about.
Yeah.
Okay, if it's only historic, but we have no actual evidence to those events.
Yeah.
Well, then it's, except for the larger lessons within the stories, it's pretty darn useless.
Yeah. Especially, I would. Sorry, go on.
It's your show, bro. Go ahead.
No, you carry on, because I've already made you forget your point once. I don't want to do it again.
It's very nice. Thank you. Which is why it would never have convinced me as an atheist. I never would have come to believe that this was anything besides works of man, because you can't prove the future, and the past already happened, and anyone could write down past events, and that doesn't show anything. Or if it had any special knowledge in it, like something, but it seems that in a Christian reading frame, any human being could have made any intelligent human being could have made these observations and wrote those things down. Then you have the problem of the Old and New Testament. Well, the New Testament and or Christ Jesus and the Gospels are fulfillment of the Old Testament. What do you think? They had the Old Testament to read, to write a story based on that, to fulfill the prophecy in a story.
Yeah.
So that doesn't work.
I think, wasn't it Matthew who was particularly fond of that? He kind of shoveled in as many prophecies as he could, just obviously making shit up, which is particularly funny. You know, when Jesus rides into a city on 2 donkeys?
2 asses.
2 asses, yeah. That's actually a mistranslation. It shouldn't have been 2 asses, but I think it was Matthew who put it in as 2 asses because he misunderstood the translation of the original prophecy. You know what I mean? So he was clearly just making shit up.
That's plausible. That's plausible, but I think I have to accept the Christian dogmatic reading frame in order to make that problem.
Yeah, you would have to do that. Yeah.
Like, you have to take it as historicity and literal in order for that to not make sense.
Yeah, I mean, it could have been a coincidence. But I'm not sure whether he claims it as a prophecy. If he claimed, therefore this proves prophecy.
Right.
I think that would be different. Yeah.
That's a problem.
Yeah.
That's a problem. And that's how that is. You're right. That's how Christians read it.
Yeah. I don't know whether he does that. I'm not that familiar.
But I know what actually happens there is when you look up the definitions of she-ass.
Yeah.
And foal. Right?
Yeah.
Which it doesn't say if the foal is, because children aren't male and female. Children are just children.
Yeah.
When you look into those definitions, it starts anthropomorphization of animals, giving them human traits.
Yeah.
Which is something we still do in this culture. We use an animal to describe a person, or we anthropomorphize our own emotions and mental states onto our pets, which is just silly.
Yeah, we were talking about this, the female ass being dependable and reliable.
Right.
The male ass being like a bit of a dick.
Okay, now expound on that and tell me what a foal is.
A foal would be a child, like a little.
Right.
Yeah.
So what does that say about its what does that say about its morality? What does that say about its mental aptitude? What does that say about its physicality? That it's a foal. What does it say?
You will be able to extrapolate that if it's a foal, it will be obviously shorter, smaller, and you would then have to know whether it was a male foal Can you have male poles and female poles?
Of course,
You would have to
you
know
would
what's
in nature, but that's no part of the definition. It's only one thing.
Yeah, but you would need to know that to know whether it was a reliable foal. No.
Nope. You can't extrapolate it that way. It's a separate definition.
Ah, okay.
Just like we look at healthy adults, look at children as being pretty like homogenous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Up to a point, but that would need
Sure.
like up to like, and this is probably wrong, but up to like the age of 10. I get what you're saying.
Or whatever.
Children
Depends on the society. Yeah.
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 But
So you have adult women, you have adult men, and then you have just the term children.
Yeah.
Well, you have have she ass and red haired ass, which implies male, red haired. So you have she ass, red hair ass, and foal. So from what you know of red hair ass and she ass, what would foal mean? And we'll find out how right you are because we can look it up.
And you're gonna have to ask me that question again. I got distracted by Bond's comments. While that resurrected, he was judged by a judge and sentenced yet rose again. He spent time with prostitutes and drunkards. He brought people joy and hope. Wildheart is basically Jesus. Finally someone recognised it. It's about time. You know what I mean?
You know that makes Bond Peter, right?
Yeah, my right hand man.
That makes Bond Peter. Bad news. You've got a mission, Bond.
Yeah, good luck with that.
You have to now give up your existent life and go do this other thing.
Yeah, give me all your money. Yeah, and follow me.
No. Jesus doesn't ask for that. It's never about the money.
He does say possessions, though, doesn't he? Give up all your possessions.
Sure. Well, that's easy to say in end times with heaven parked in the sky and it's got everything you need. That's a simple thing.
Yeah, it wouldn't matter at that point.
Right.
Yeah.
Anyway, we were on about something. What was it?
Yeah. I've sidetracked us again. Sorry about that. That was a great comment, though. Oh, and I'm back on my old channel. I can give that comment of the day. Bear with me.
Oh, that's loud.
Well done, Bond. You and the internet for today.
What was I going on about? Oh yeah, future events, past events, historicity, she ass, he ass, and foal.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna go because I'm late for work. I'm late by an hour now. But anyway.
Cheers, Richard. It's been brilliant as always.
No. I still want to hear your answer for what would foal mean in that same context.
Yeah, foal would just mean a child or adolescent ass.
And if we were to force human emotions onto something like that, what aspects would it have?
Yeah, I'm not sure because you're saying that children are homogenous and...
Sure, so it's not going to be about sexuality or anything like that. It's not going to be he, she.
Yeah. I would presume like ignorance, like not so
That's
intelligent.
probably.
Yeah, they need looking after.
Wait, is a child necessarily unintelligent because it's ignorant?
No, yeah, unintelligent. Yeah, intelligent in proportion. Do you know what I mean?
Sure.
You could have an intelligent child, but they would only be intelligent with respect to other children. They could be more intelligent, but you wouldn't. It wouldn't be the same as like an intelligent adult. Does that make sense?
So it's a she ass and it's foal that he rides on.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So it's he's on the backs of dependability, sure-footedness, hardworking, and yet has become as a child, as the text says, you must be like a child to enter into heaven, like that.
Yeah.
In being innocent, accepting, purity, things like this.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, does that mean he's like doing a circus act, 1 foot on one animal and 1 foot on the other? I don't think that's what it means.
Yeah, yeah. I've always wondered about that when it says he came into the city on 2 asses.
What else is weird about that is
I was wondering how physically that would work out, like you say, with he's got.
It's actually weirder than that if you take it literally, because he has awesome balance, and here's why: people put their coats on the backs of the asses.
Oh yeah.
Well, now he's got all these different layers of material that he's actually got his feet on.
Yeah.
And trying to keep his balance on. This is an incredible feat.
That's going to make it even more tricky. Yeah.
Right. That's going to make.
He walked on water, for crying out loud.
That's some amazing feat.
That's a good.
How tough could standing on 2 donkeys be?
If you can walk on water, you can come 2 asses, no problem.
So what's a cloak in that context to those people? A cloak as an idiom. What's a cloak? What does a cloak do?
Covers you.
Protects you against the weather.
Yes. Right. Okay, so it's like saying putting your personal everyday armor.
The armor of God, that kind of thing.
On well, you don't have to go that far, but it's like the person's armor. They've shed their armor and they've put it on the back of the foal and on the back of the she-ass. Yeah. Do you see the idiom there?
Kind of protect,
like the Mormon, the special underwear.
Yes, it's like Mormon special underwear.
Yeah.
Normally referred to as magic underwear. I don't know why you missed that.
I just call it magic underwear.
Okay.
Yeah. I think the thing we can all learn from Mormons is never trust a convicted comment with a magic hat.
Oh, the hat wasn't magic.
Wasn't that?
No, it had the Thummim and the Urim stones inside the hat. He was getting the information
Seer
from 2 rocks. Seer stones, magic stones. Yeah. It's not the hat. The hat just blocked everyone else's view in excess light.
Right. Oh, yeah. I'm going to have to change that joke then. That's annoying.
And I swear the golden tablets were under his bed last week. I swear.
Absolutely. Okay, so I think the idiom there is to put your protection or what protects you on the back of the she-ass and the foal, which are representative of the dichotomy of Christ himself. Like, these are what moves him forward. These are his transportation. This is what he rides on the back of.
Yeah, that makes sense in a kind of metaphorical way. But wouldn't it make more sense in kind of a natural, kind of logical way if they just put the coat or the cloak on the back of the thing just so it was more comfortable? If you were just sitting on one ass, if you put a coat on top of them,
that's fine. Until you actually read it and it says all the people put their cloaks.
Yeah, that would be. Yeah.
What is that? It's like a pile 4 foot thick on each animal, and you're trying to. Yeah. No, it doesn't make sense.
You'd be falling off all the time. Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
Oh, I think it'd make it easier
to have 4 foot of blanket between you and the animal.
Yeah.
You're pretty much the princess and the pea at that point.
Just be sliding from side to side and just topple over.
No, they were strapped down, silly. You can't throw 4 feet of garments on an ass and not expect them to fall off without strapping them down.
Oh yeah, we should assume it was strapped on. Yeah. So the she-ass had a strap on. I'm following you so far, Doubting Thomas. Keep going.
Right, this stream is over, Richard. I'm sure you just got me blocked from YouTube.
What? I
Okay,
didn't say anything.
so if the foal is shorter than the she-ass, you stack more cloaks on the foal to make it level with the coats on the back of the she-ass, and then you strap
Yeah,
them down, and then when you go to ride them, you simply just slip your foot under the strap of each one. And Bob, you're on.
Because the straps will be 4 feet underneath you as well, unless you've got 4 feet long legs. You won't be able to reach
You're
the
standing on
straps.
top of the blankets. You're standing on top of the the cloaks, excuse me, the cloaks that are there are cloaks strapped down to the foal, and there are cloaks strapped down to the she-ass. They're leveled off at the same height. Then you get up on top, put one foot under each of those straps, and ride the asses into town like you're Jesus.
Shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
can't think that.
I don't think that's what it's about at all.
That does seem perfect.
What happens if all of a sudden it starts raining when you're riding these asses into town? Isn't everybody going to want their cloak back?
Yeah.
See, that's
no,
the whole thing.
They had palm leaves. They could use the palm leaves as kind of an umbrella rather than the
No. Yeah, I know the translation reads they had palm branches or palm leaves in their hands.
Yeah.
But the actual words is they have palms in their hands. By the way, so do you.
Yeah.
Because if you hold your hand in like a cup fashion with your fingers all up at like a 45-degree angle, no, with your palm up, face your palm up, flip your hand over. Palm facing up.
That is my palm. That's not the palm.
No, that's your palm facing camera. Try palm facing ceiling. There you go. Okay, now angle your fingers upward at about a 45-degree angle, and spread them apart, and you'll see why it's called a palm tree, because it looks like a human hand.
Yeah, that makes sense.
The tree is named after the body part, not the other way around.
Cool.
So if you have palms in your hands, it means you have your fingers extended. You're not making a fist. That's what that means. It doesn't mean you're carrying tree branches.
But did they call them palm leaves back then? Because you would have both. You would have that, but you would also have palm leaves, as we call, as we call them today. So couldn't it be either?
Yeah. The Hebrew people calling it a palm because it looks like a human palm on the top, like an arm with a palm on it.
Yeah.
And then the leaves would be the fingers. Yeah, that's older. That idea of naming your environment after body parts is much, much older than Judaism.
But I'm saying if they have both at the time, how do you tell which one they're talking about? Are they talking about actual palm leaves from a palm tree? The green.
Well, I've heard some people say context is king, which I believe is true. I think that's valuable as an assertion.
Are you sure? Because I'm pretty sure that came from Jill. Are you sure you want to trust Jill?
I'm pretty sure Jill did not.
Yeah,
did not coin the phrase "context is king."
No.
And I think context is king.
Yeah.
And I think to put your palms before them is the same reason. This is going to be a bit abstract, and then I'm going to go to work.
Yeah.
Is the same reason that Christ has to be crucified specifically to die, to be judged for sin. Okay.
No.
Because as I think it was Da Vinci, and I can't remember the name of the drawing, the something man with the guy guy in a circle, guy in a box.
Yeah, circle. Yeah.
The Vitruvian man, I think maybe it's called.
That sounds right. Yeah. I'm not
Anyways,
sure.
close to that.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
It's an observation about human dimensions in a comparative.
Yeah.
So it's like it's an artistic piece about art. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Right. But we actually know that a human being standing as Christ crucified, like if you stood and acted as if you were imitating Christ crucified, but of course with your feet flat, not in ballet style with your toes pointed down. Right.
Yeah.
But if you stand as Christ crucified and you make your palm, you put palms in your hands. There you go. Now give me your palms. There you go. You are right now the same height and width. The observation of the Vitruvian man. Okay?
Yeah.
But you're also imitating Christ crucified, aren't you?
Although no, because the Vitruvian man has his legs part as well. I presume Jesus' legs.
No. That's the circle. That's the one in the circle, not the one in the square. And you'll notice his head has to come up in the circle.
Yeah.
What?
Because his feet have to come
his
off
arms,
the ground
the one
for it to be a circle.
The one in the circle, his arms are also angled towards the sky.
They need to be, yeah, to fit in a circle.
Oh yeah, no, because there were two. Yeah, I get what you say. There were two humans, aren't there? One with his legs closed and one with his legs apart.
Right. So if you act as Christ crucified, that is, you're measured for sin. You are the same height and width, which shows you're a genetic human.
Yeah.
Because humans measure.
Yeah. Yeah, they're very good at that.
Okay, now here's the woo-woo crazy part. Some of us on this earth don't measure.
Yeah, speak for yourself. You know what I mean?
I meant in the way of the crucifixion. Some of us don't
right.
measure.
Yeah.
Some of us can be measured for sin and fail.
I'm average. Whatever average is, that's what I am.
So your arm length, fingertip to fingertip of your middle finger, is probably within an inch and a half or so of your height. And that's normal. Okay? But there are literally people who have like a differential of 10, 12, and more inches between their arm span and height. And we note them, and we even make fun of them. We call them things like caveman throwback, monkey arms, blah, 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 blah. We go on and on about it.
Hey, are you talking about midgets?
No.
No.
Midgets. Dwarfism is a genetic problem. Midgets are proportional. Midgets work in measure. In fact, I've measured children, teenagers, adults of every age group. They all measure.
Yeah.
Even infants with really big heads, they still measure.
So why do midgets look like they have such short arms? Are you saying that's in proportion?
Are you talking about dwarves?
Dwarves, yeah, I think so.
Because they're not proportionally correct because of a genetic problem.
Right. So, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Midgets are proportional. Dwarves are not.
Right. Yeah. I must be thinking of dwarves then. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So, I don't know whether we got to the woo bit yet. Have we got the...
Oh. Yeah. That the ones who don't measure for sin are non-human. They are the Nephilim. They are the half-breed.
Ah, the giants.
Now, that doesn't mean they're sentenced to hell.
Yeah.
You know, the text reads, in the earth and after that were the Nephilim. It doesn't say they go away.
Yeah. Which will be... Right, maybe you can explain this to me. Because I thought Noah's flood was in order to get rid of the Nephilim.
That's something that Christians say.
Yeah. But there was only one family, 8 people left after the flood. So at least one of those 8 people must have been a Nephilim.
That would logically follow within average Christianity.
Yeah.
Now, since Noah means giver of rest, and there's this giver of rest throughout all the stories, and since the name, in fact, Shem His firstborn, Shem, means the name, meaning the recognizable name. That's how Hebrew people use that. In fact, they call God Hashem, the name that you recognize.
Yeah.
So you have Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And what Ham means, and I might flip these two because it's not my language, but these are the right definitions, whether I have them in the right order or not.
Yeah.
It's a personality type. It's a person. Shem, Ham, and Japheth are personality types. One of them is agreeable and persuadable and open-minded. You know, like Christians are easily persuaded like that. You know?
Yeah.
And the other one is Matt Dillahunty. A little bit hot-headed, stubborn, sure of what he knows, doesn't accept things easily.
Yeah, we can. Yeah,
I'm not picking on Matt Dillahunty. He's just a fairly decent. He's made himself public.
Yeah.
Sorry, that's his problem.
Yeah. No, I get what you're saying. Yeah.
Okay. I don't dislike or hate the man. He's just a good example of things sometimes. Okay, so you have the name. If we're not talking about God, we're talking about the son of someone, and I say the name. Who is the son with the name? Who's that?
The son with the name.
Uh-huh. The recognizable name, and he holds the position of progeny, son. Who's that?
So the one with the recognizable name will presumably be God, Yahweh. So the son
Now
of
that's
God.
a recognizable name, but a son who carries the recognizable name. Who's that?
Set.
Yes, Set, exactly. In a different religion, but yes.
Right, you're going to have to explain that to
But
me.
in the Bible, who is the one who carries the recognizable name and is the son? Who's that? I can't tell you what it is.
Noah.
DT's playing.
Yeah.
It's Jesus.
Is it Jesus?
That's what I said.
When did you say that?
I said God is the one with the recognizable name, so the son of God would be Jesus. I didn't say it in those words, but that's what I meant.
Oh, okay. You implied it. All right. Well, I'm sorry I'm so literal. Okay, so you have Jesus, and then you have his two brothers, right?
Mm.
And his two brothers are agreeable and hot-headed.
Are we talking about his literal brothers, James and... I didn't know he had two, actually. I don't know. James.
No, this is everyone that gets
Jesus,
on the
Mary,
ark.
and Joseph.
There's more in his family than just Jesus, Mary, and Joseph. That's a misunderstanding. But
Jesus had nothing to do. The ark was Old Testament. Jesus wasn't even around then.
that's right. It's a story about Jesus and his two brothers. And it's proven in the story about the tent and the drunkenness.
Yeah.
Because the one with the name and the agreeable one have to carry their brother. They have to shoulder their brother's burden. That is, hot-headed guy needs taken care of by Jesus and agreeable.
I'm sorry, this is probably me taking
They don't carry a blanket backward. They carry their brother backward.
But I'm not understanding where Jesus ties into the flood and Noah. Jesus wasn't around then.
Oh, you think this has to be in chronologically correct order? That's what you think.
I think in order for it to refer to Jesus or mean Jesus, Jesus would at least have to be alive, which he wasn't at the time.
What do you mean? The idea of Jesus was from the beginning. All things through, with,
Or
and
the
for
idea
Jesus
of
Christ.
Also, you don't mean the actual Jesus, the human form of Jesus. You mean the idea of Jesus.
Like whoever carries out the job Jesus will have to work with those who are persuadable to carry those who are hot-headed.
Yeah, I get you. Sorry.
Just like Noah means the giver of rest, which would be a reference to the Father, the giver of rest.
Yeah, sorry. I'm slow sometimes.
it doesn't mean a historical person in the ancient Near East. It means the Father.
Yeah.
Which is why the ark has to be made of gopher wood. That it's a container of permanent housing, which means heaven. Heaven, the container of permanent housing, has in charge of it the giver of rest, who is the builder of it. I mean, I think this stuff is just unavoidable, but not everyone does.
Yeah, that might be stretching it. You know how I think you're the same as well. With me having to take things literally and taking things literally. If it says that Noah had 8 family members who survived on an ark, I'm not going to go into metaphor and use, like, say it was.
See, but it doesn't say that. You have to count 8. There is no count of 8 given in the story.
Oh, is it not? All right.
No. And it can't be talking about people and their actual names. Because first of all, this would be Jewish children, right? Right?
Yeah.
And they named their child hot-headed and disagreeable? Wow, what a curse for life. And how the hell they know that about a baby?
Yeah, that would seem, cruel.
Who would curse their own child that way? That doesn't make sense.
Yeah. Although, do you know Bob Geldof? He named his daughters like Pixie and stuff like that. So, yeah.
Well, people have made bad choices, but
yeah, parents sometimes give their kids weird, especially famous people.
But I wouldn't name my son Ugly Idiot.
Yeah.
And he's got to carry. It's like the song Sue by. Anyway, never mind. But okay,
Although
so
it would toughen them up. Do you know what I mean? If they were going to school, they were called.
That's what the song Sue is about.
Ugly
A Boy
Idiot.
Named Sue. Do you know the song A Boy Named Sue? I really should go to work. You know the song A Boy Named Sue?
It sounds familiar. Is it from the 60s?
So this guy's like an alcoholic and a ne'er-do-well, and he gets a woman pregnant. So as the baby's born, right before he leaves, he names him Sue. So he grows up with that. Of course, because he's been fighting his whole life, he's covered in scars, but he's a really tough guy and he's strong. And he's full of muscle and he's a good fighter. So one day he meets the bastard that named him Sue, and they get into a fight. And his son wins. His son barely wins, but his son wins. And he says, I'm proud of you. So what do you mean you're proud of me? He says, well, I knew I was a deadbeat and I wouldn't be around, so I named you Sue. Look how tough you are.
Yeah, it would definitely give them character, I would imagine.
Yeah. Anyway, that's not how Hebrew culture really works.
Yes.
And if you do that, you're an ass. And I don't mean I mean a red-haired ass.
Yeah, a literal ass.
I don't mean a female ass. Okay, I'm gonna go. That's enough.
Cheers, Richard. That was excellent and amazing and very
See you,
informative.
Richard.
Cheers, man.
Peace to you, brother.
Check this out. I just asked you the question.
Oh, is that Ace? Did I just hear a clip of it? Is Jill on Aces?
Yeah, he's over there now. I was just looking for that clip again.
Right, so I think we're going to end the stream in a couple of minutes, but I want to end on a song. We're not done a song yet. Do you know Tim Minchin?
Okay. I think so. Yeah, is he a comedian?
Yeah, Australian comedian. Yeah. He does a lot of religious songs, and something we were talking about reminded me of this one. So we'll end on this. But cheers, DT. It's been brilliant. Let's see.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, Wildheart.
No problem. It's been good. It's been fun. And you can stay for the song if you want.
Yes. Take it easy, buddy.
Cheers, man. This is karaoke. But does it have the actual meaning of it? One sec. know it. I need him singing because I don't know all the words. So. Bear with me.
Jesus was a Jewish philosopher. Had a lot of nice.
That was something. Yeah, so thanks everyone for watching. We shall end on this song and then I'll probably head over to Oasis to have a go at Jill again. Jesus was a Jewish philosopher. No nice ideas, existential fears, made by his peers, Jewish and quite political, often analytical, very analytical. Praise be to Jesus, praise be to Woody Allen Jesus, Woody Allen Jesus. Twinkle drinks all of the time, turning water into wine. Stormy weather fine, tongues confound us. Kinda does what Darren Brown does. Praise be to Jesus. Praise be to Magic Woody Allen Jesus. Magic Woody Allen Jesus. And that's alive. Holy Bible says, dawn of the dead, like a moonlight on bed. You'd have trouble. Try with a shovel. Thanks be to Jesus. Praise be to Magic Woody Allen Zombie Jesus. Magic Woody Allen Zombie Jesus. And to heaven was an incredible guy. As I fly right into the sky. Visibility. Great power comes great responsibility. Praise be to Jesus. Praise be to Magic Woody Allen Zombie Jesus. To be without having sex with a dude. She would never be that rude. Not even be nude with a dude. The opposite gender is commonly known as parthenogenesis. Other animals don't need males, but lizards and various snails. Praise be to Jesus. Praise be to Magic Woody Allen Zombie Superman Bubble Dragon Jesus. Schrodinger's feline. He was an amphibious vehicle. Hair and a beard. Oh, just remember that. Saying that I am Jesus. I'm not saying that I am Jesus. I am Jesus. Jesus. Praise be to my Jesus. Jesus. Be to Magic Woody Allen to me. Superman, Komodo Dragon to me. Jesus. Oh yeah, I've just remembered why I remembered that song. It was because, Bond called me Jesus. Yeah. I'm not saying that I am Jesus. I am Jesus. Yeah, I'll change my name. But thanks everyone. I'm gonna probably head off to Oasis now. Thanks everyone for watching. It's been cool. Cheers.